Welcome to week number 6 of our coverage of the combined 5 and 6 years of Mario Maker, otherwise known as week 2 of 6YMM for those keeping track, and adhering relatively accurately to the numbering scheme of the trailers as well as the age of Super Mario Maker itself, which of course turns 6 near the beginning of September. Let's take a look at 8 new levels today, hopefully. We'll get through as many as we can, find all the cakes if we're able. Beginning with the Clear Pipe Switch by Persia, who of course returns from 5YMM. That time with the Bowser's Fury level, where you're escorting Bowser Jr. all over the place. Today we have something quite different. Clear Pipe Switch, where Pokey is surprised at the vast design space provided by Clear Pipes. Let's see how it goes. Something below 2%, very unconventional for Persia, who usually designs levels that are on a much easier and more accessible side. But just a very mechanically and thematically talented player. And so, yeah, you can see that entering the pipe seems to activate an on-off switch, likely by Thwomp proximity, but we don't really know that for a fact just yet. Very tempting to just climb on that fence, of course, if you've been playing Super Mario World. Now we're a little bit behind pace here. Let's... oh, missing the coin. Yeah, we need to go a little bit faster in order to capture all of that. I am, of course, going to be going for all the optional coins, so it makes perfect sense to just start over. And yeah, just have to react a little bit faster here, beat the auto-scroll. Get this on the first bounce. Whoops. That's going to be a bit of a problem here. Whoops. Yeah, don't want to miss that top corner. That was the issue that we were just running into. And Merlin, welcome. Hope you've been well. That the making and playing have been good. Yeah, I'm back after a bit of a break. We couldn't run viewer levels this weekend because I was doing some things on the back end with my streaming setup, relocating a few things, but we are back in action. And yeah, going to be 6YMM today. We're going to see if we can do it all. And if we can, hopefully we'll have some kind of catch-up stream later in the week. Whoops. And Luca and Meng, welcome to you both. You're making a new traditional world. Very interesting. Yeah, Merlin, I think I never actually finished your original one. You tested so much of it against me, and I don't think I ever actually got as far as World 7 in it. But I was planning to just run it as a Super World at some point, because I believe you finished it when I was off stream for a few months last year, near the end of last year. But yeah, very good to hear that you are working on something new. It just means that I'll be under a bit of additional time pressure to finish the existing one, of course. And I very much look forward to that. And I may as well just do the whole Super World at this point, because it's been long enough since I've done the earlier levels in it that it should feel pretty fresh. And yeah, Meng will be sure to give you some fries with that. Nope, still missing that. No, we'll just start over when we miss that. I do want all the coins. So yeah, so far I'm thinking that is just Thwomp proximity that is doing this, in terms of why the clear pipe entrances are activating the on-off switches. I think when you're in the pipe, that's how the detection should work, but I'm not totally sure, because obviously some things are locked off screen and I can't quite see what the setup is. But I was guessing this is probably Thwomp based. Could always be wrong. Nope. The world world you currently have feels kind of wonky, and the difficulty is too high to be called traditional, so... Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Merlin. I remember enjoying your current world very much. I know a lot of things were kind of down in the 2 or 3% range. And so, you know, definitely in the expert zone in this game when it comes to platforming, but I thought it was very reasonable. And yeah, everybody improves with time, so... Still a lot to be proud of, I think, with some of the older creations. Nukukaza, welcome. Hope we didn't miss too much P-ballooning when it was gone over the weekend. But I know, Nukukaza, you're probably quite busy with all the P-ballooning as usual. No, we need to do a spin high jump off of the bullets there. Wall jump is not going to get me up to that coin. Ah, you were also gone, okay. Well, it seems like you have landed safely, which is always a good news after floating around everywhere in the sky. Whoops. You saw a level use the wind in an interesting way with a P-balloon. Interesting. And yeah, all is well here. Yeah, no, I moved where I was streaming from again, and so had to do quite a lot of setup over the weekend, and I just couldn't get the stream up and running in time. But we should be back in order for a fairly regular schedule over the next 2 or 3 weeks at least. Just going to be a mix of viewer levels and 6YMM and some other streams like viewer overflow and puzzles and the usual, as far as we can put them in, and then just going to squeeze in as much Mario Maker as I can manage before Metroid comes out, because that's a fairly high priority for me. And Merlin, you bought No Man's Sky. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, No Man's Sky, I understand, has been very heavily patched and expanded since it originally released back in 2013, I want to say. It always reminded me of the space phase of the game Spore, actually. Very similar kinds of activities, although, of course, from a pilot's perspective rather than from a sort of planetary management perspective like Spore was doing. We need to do that a little bit faster. I just read that interaction a little bit late and I got stuffed out by the Pokey, but as you can see, we have all pink coins accounted for up to that point. So yeah, Merlin, hope you're enjoying that. I've definitely heard good things about the state of No Man's Sky as it has developed over time. Whoops. Alright, now let's just try to do this a little more accurately. Sometimes missing the up pipe entrance once is already enough to set me way back in terms of time. And wall jumping off of that coin sometimes sets me back a little bit far as well, and I need to account for that. And there's going to be a little bit of adjustment time after I grab coin 2. And you're just in the beginning phase right now. Okay, I see. Nope. Yeah, I always wondered how that element of random or procedural generation held up in that game, because I find that with a lot of games that are based around procedural generation, when it comes to randomizing maps, items, etc., creatures, entire planets, whatever, that for some people it feels like infinite content, but for me, sometimes those games actually feel a bit smaller, because once you understand the formula and how the random generator is working, you feel like you've kind of seen what the game has to offer, even if you haven't seen all the dynamic combinations just yet. And that's usually how I burn out of things like roguelikes or roguelites, for instance. And I don't know if No Man's Sky has any of the same limitations, or if people still manage to get enough interest just out of all the different environments that you can generate and all the combinations that are possible. Very interesting that entering that pipe activates the exclamation block from all the way across. It's too fast to be something like a single POW chain. I wonder if it's something like an on-off on the pipe side that then triggers a POW chain on the opposite side. I think it's very clearly a POW chain. You can kind of see that from the radial explosion. But I am thinking about how that's working. Yeah, because there's a trigger for the exclamation blocks that is activating from off screen, and I think that must be a POW. Like, I can't imagine that it's anything else. Like a red POW. Okay, no, we need to go for the coin first, I think. So yeah, this section is really interesting. I mean, the pipes in the first section, you can kind of understand how they work just in terms of screen locking, but... Okay, still a little bit slow there. I was trying to ground pound out of that to get back down quickly, but... It seems like I'm still too slow. And yeah, just a shorter jump over some of these pokies. Might be enough to get me over. Good. Nice timing on that guy. Very elegant. Okay, gotta get out of here. No, we probably should have watched that a little bit more carefully. One more coin there before the green pipe, and then likely it's going to be safety coin last because of the way the coins are split over checkpoints. Didn't like my jump over that first pokey. I think I am a little bit slow once again, but we'll see. Yep. And I am correct. Yeah, I haven't really bought any new games in a while. It's just been Mario Maker for the past few weeks, especially with everything going on with YMM. I mean, there were the indie games that I was streaming back in July and beginning of August, but I kind of had all this piled up from a June sale around E3 week. I've barely bought any games this year, actually. No, coin first and then pipe. That's got to be the order. The wind pushes you 16 blocks across the screen. It seems to push you a sub-pixel past 16 for a brief moment and then goes back. Interesting. I don't know if that's something that Meng has been playing with yet, because I had been playing a couple of the NSMBU Permanent Desert Wind levels by Meng lately. Not just the Bonsai Bill one, but also the other one with the difficult-to-pronounce title from earlier. I kind of wonder if I've encountered that particular edge case new Kaza, although I'll need to read that message of yours again to understand precisely what you're referring to, probably. But that does sound pretty interesting. Okay, trying to go too fast under there. That time, the timing for that pokey previously worked really well. And, yeah, Merlin, you're saying it feels like a really big game. I'll catch up on what you're saying about No Man's Sky in just a moment. Let's see if I can just get this down first. Yeah, 3 bounces, just need to watch that guy. I wonder how consistent that timing could possibly be for Pokey. There we go. No. That's not what I wanted to do. Now we have to start over, because I missed a coin, so let's start over. That's okay. Should be fairly simple to get back. I'm not too concerned. Yeah, things behave very consistently here. The player maybe doesn't behave all that consistently, but the level certainly does. You're implementing it so that the player doesn't hit left or right ever. Interesting. Yeah, okay, no, I see what you're saying about the lineup for that. In conjunction with the wind positioning you. Interesting. Okay. No, bad idea. Should have gone for the coin first. And yeah, Merlin, I see what you're saying. That if you have waypoints that are estimated 18 hours of travel by walking distance. I mean, I thought you mostly fly everywhere in No Man's Sky, but I know they've expanded the game so much that that might just be a very outdated idea of what you actually do on the planets. I see. The 3 yellow coins over the pipe tell you you should have 3 coins by that point. They were all visible, of course, so that was pretty clear to me. It's nice to have that. It's not the first time I've seen Persia use that kind of indication system. I think Green Star did something very similar with the wormhole level back in week 2, just as a progress tracker for how many coins you're supposed to have. I've been seeing that more commonly anyway. I didn't used to see it very much. Nope, too slow there. Or am I? Okay, luckily the pokey jump there synchronizes everything the way I want. Nope, too late. So yeah, once I go over to dash panels, I want to let go of left, and then I should not enter the pipe, I don't think. Like, I don't think it automatically sends you into the pipe unless you have the input down. It's just that you have to time the input release there properly, accounting for the fact that you're going off a dash panel. Okay, up we go. There we go. Now we grab the warp block, which is going to take me somewhere, probably drop me back in that door that we saw, in fact. So I do have to redo this section afterwards. Sure, let's race the one up over there for no reason. We could have, of course, just taken the pipe. I like how the cake is, in fact, set on top of a glass pipe. Must be very heat-resistant glass, like Pyrex glass that can just go safely in the oven. Also, I love the right side here with the Pokies just kind of bouncing back and forth and trapped there indefinitely. With 6 crates. 1 for each YMM. Yeah, so that's fine. You can still wall jump while the beat is still on. Whoops, not like that, obviously. Entering up pipes is kind of important here. You should have used that coin thing, and some people got confused how many coins in each section. That's sort of interesting, Luca, because I thought yours were also really visible in terms of understanding in Roller Coaster where all the coins were going to be located. Obviously, the order of acquiring them is a little bit strange near the end because of the way that the level loops back and forth near the top. But I thought the coin number per section was actually not too ambiguous. Of course, some other players might have felt very differently. I should wall jump off the blasters on the right. I do need a shorter jump to get there first. Yeah, like that. Much smoother. Nice activation there once again. And then we do need to go down this way. No, that's going to be a long jump, it looks like. Slam the exclamation block and it should push me up. If I understand it correctly. Nope. Wall jump twice. Okay, much better. You do need to go fairly low off the first jump, and that's the thing that was throwing me off. just aiming under the pokies. I am consistently making up to that pipe afterwards. Still missing some up pipes every now and then, which is unfortunate. But we'll see if we can make it work. Okay, one thing I did say in advance was I don't know if I can follow the same pattern as previous weeks and do all of this week's batch in one sitting. We'll see how far I get. Because previously I've managed to do them all in one go, even the week with the mega puzzle, which took the stream to over 5 hours, I think. Because that week, yeah, week 4 had the mega puzzle and the stepping on Sonic cake, which was the thing that really took me the longest. Longer than anything so far, in fact. This week there is one level that has 6 cakes. No, let's not start over. And there's also Salt Lake's level, and Salt Lake is kind of notorious for always making the hardest platforming level in a given year of YMM, and so... Except maybe back in the really early ones when Barb was still involved. But, so we'll have to see how long things take. There we go. Nope, need to go up that pipe. And once I go up that pipe, that should bounce the second Pokestack. And welcome, Natcat. Representing the Cat Gang. The Cat Gang X, as always. Merlin, you wonder why Nintendo puts such a low limit on the number of exclamation blocks you can place? Probably because of the pathing. Similar to snake blocks, and I'm actually not sure about piranha creepers. I think at least part of the limitation is because there is that allocation of space that's taken up by the entire pathway. And, you know, when you add them up, it's still only going to be a fraction of the available space still, that's true, but... You know, a while ago on the stream, we were having a discussion about what we could imagine Nintendo taking away from us in Mario Maker 3, because you just know that, like, when they release Mario Maker 3, it's probably going to have some huge new feature set, tons of new material to play with, lots of cool toys, but they're still probably going to break something, the way they broke so much of the tech in Mario Maker 1. And I remember thinking about it afterwards, and just sort of thinking, like, what would be one of the worst possible things that Nintendo would just sort of accidentally do while believing that they're improving the game? And you can imagine that they would just raise a lot of the limits for things that you can place in the editor, so they would just like double or triple a whole bunch of them, but without actually giving you much additional space to play with in terms of the actual world layout. And then you would run into this problem, where let's say the limits are raised to like 500 or even 300 or something. Let's say you have this problem where you want to do entity limit tricks, but you just don't have room to place, what, like 300 one-way panels somewhere, or 300 dash panels. You just can't do it anymore, for some reason. And then Nintendo would just, if they do that, something like that, they would just accidentally break all of the existing entity limit tech. And you could have totally imagined that that's something they would just do without really thinking about the consequences. Thank you so much for the resub, Gritkowski. There's an exclamation block there. Yeah, I guess there is. There are exclamation blocks everywhere. Notice that there are spikes over here as well. I don't exactly know what that would be for. I guess if you wanted to revert out of any given power-up. Hey, we've got time. Let's just pop everything we can. A whole bunch of things have wings, of course, so... Let's see if I can pop this with a cat. Yeah. Yeah, I might as well see everything that Persia put in here. Persia likes these bonus screens where you just have access to tons of power-ups at once. Whoops. Let's see if we can sneak in here. I don't think I can get that middle one, unfortunately. Unless we have, like, a hammer suit somewhere. Maybe. No, or even so, the hammer suit wouldn't be able to do what I want. Okay, no, I've had my fill. We know it's 6YM. You missed that one that I long jumped into. Oh, okay, yeah. So did you just skip right over it, or? How did you get around that? Because I saw that and immediately thought, okay, that's clearly supposed to push me. Anyway, we like it. We saw most of the power-ups at the end. That's good enough for me. Semi-completionism. Okay, next is going to be something by Rybones. It's going to be Flying Fish Foray. You got the cake in this level, but missed the cat room. Netcat, I think that just means you'll have to go back. Oh yes, let's look at the comments. The one thing you don't do on the internet. Look at the comments. It's not 6YM yet. Look at this guy. He's even squinting to sort of tell us that he's blind. 6 MYM. And yeah, crowd loves the cake. Oh, look at Green Star. Green Star is still thinking in portals, except now this time he's thinking in terms of green pipes and clear pipes, so close enough. And Twitterman didn't actually know Persia had a presence on Twitter. I just assumed that he was a massive Korean maker. And just totally from the quality and inherent virality of his work. I don't care about getting the cake. That last part was hard. The cake isn't even relevant to the last part. Like, the last part is entirely after the safety coin. This guy's still trying to count. This guy's still trying to count. There's so many of them. Oh, Megatoro doesn't actually have first comment for once. But yeah, really interesting tech in that one, especially with the opposite-facing clear pipe activations, which I think must just be a combination of on-off switch on one side and POW block activation on the other side. I think that's got to be it. But I'm not exactly sure. I kind of want to take a peek here, although it's not going to show me the subworld where a lot of that exchange was taking place. Yeah, I assumed it was swamp-based. I do see what looks like some side swamps on top as you protrude through the pipe. And yeah, notice how the pipes are actually open, but you're actually limited by the screen boundary. It's the screen boundary that pushes you back. And I did know that about clear pipes from having played with them very, very early on at the release of the game. That you don't need anything to obstruct the pipe because the scroll lock and the screen lock is just going to do that for you. So we should have called it 7YMM to confuse everyone further. Yeah, Natcat, I agree. I mean, technically we're over 6 years at this point, and oddly enough, my understanding is that in the traditional reckoning in a lot of the East Asian countries, such as in South Korea, in fact, that people's ages are counted as one from birth. I mean, that's just sort of still a traditional designation. I think that's something more common among older generations, if I understand it. But that, you know, you would have lived for 12 months, for instance, and you would celebrate your second birthday. So technically, in Korea, it is arguably 7YMM. And we have so many Korean makers this year that I think... I'm not saying we would get away with that, but there's a justification for it. Merlin. It switched over from 5YMM to 6YMM after the 11th of September, because the 11th of September was the 6th anniversary of the original release of Mario Maker 1. So that's when the year rolled over, because that was when Mario Maker was 6 years old. The rest, of course, is just messing around with people in the comments. Fling floating fish fast and far, forget fundamentals, and find a foothold. In Flying Fish Foray, I love how the alliteration of the description matches the alliteration of the title. Very fishy. Oh, look at the pixel art too. The pixel art's beautiful. Like this giant silver menace of a Cheep Cheep just blowing bubbles with a 6. Anyway, Grakowski, thank you for another month of the resub, and sure, you get some sleep. Happy puzzling, don't explode. Okay, Flying Fish Foray. Number 6 buried here. Same thing, of course, in the arts to Pink Top's airship level in the same theme last week, I believe. And this is just going to drop you in. Yeah, that's just to confirm that you know how to pluck clouds. And there's even a little down Y at the very beginning, in case anybody is a novice player who's just unclear about the pluck mechanic. So yeah, a bit of a gentle tutorial here. We don't know what the bottom door is about just yet, but I guess we ride it out. Yeah, okay, we'll jump around and then jump over to piranhas. I see how to do it. Yeah, riding the thrown enemies is actually something I associate with a particular level by Lecter that did this with moles. Also in SMB1 airship. SMB2 airship, I guess we should say. I've seen a number of people do it as well, of course, but I am reminded very specifically of the Lecter mole level. And yeah, Netcat, I don't know if you're thinking of the same one or a different mole level by somebody else, but I feel like I've seen more than one idea using that. Yeah. Okay. Now, I feel like that door is probably a reset that we might have wanted to check anyway. The fact that it's only one door tells me there's some chance that it's just going to be a freeze frame reset that kicks you back, perhaps. I'm not sure why you would need it. So maybe it's a good idea to check it in case we have something cake-related. Given that there's no pink coin collection, so we will be looking for some kind of secret exit. As far as cake goes, let's see if it is a freeze frame reset or something else. Oh, I see. No, it is a complete reset to get you the SMB2 mushroom in case you have lost it by taking a hit at that point. I understand that now. So yeah, that way, if you've just taken a point of damage but survived up to that point, that acts as a bit of SD lock avoidance. And then, of course, you have to deal with the fact that you already consumed all of your coin indications. That's okay. Get on a fish quickly. Should have plucked that and thrown it. That was clearly the way. As partly hinted by the diagonal track, the blue pipes spitting the piranhas are probably worth checking. And welcome back, Next GM. Yeah, always helps to take a bit of a holiday from the game and come back, I think. Seemed like you were working at quite a frantic pace prior to that, so hope it was a good break and that you've come back very refreshed. Okay, let's ride this guy down. Very satisfying placement there. Nope. Check the pipes, check the pipes. Okay, that's fine. We'll just try to make it to the next reset if we are able to, but I'm not able to. I will need to pick up the fish, throw it, land on the platform after the pickup, of course, and then ride the fish down and over to get under the entrance to that section to the right of all the red state blocks. Whoops. You have several Christmas level ideas, but of course do not open until Christmas. I mean, you could just let them sit in the editor if you're willing to hold them for that long. And we still have Halloween coming up before that. But of course, Christmas has the snowball fights. Yeah, looking forward to whatever we have to show. Okay, let's not throw that fish too close this time. You might have a fourth to count by Christmas, yeah. You do work quickly. Now let's go all the way up. Not really good aim there. We probably could have afforded to go a bit later on that jump. And yeah, just need to clean up some of this early stuff, and I've seen a good chunk of the level at this point. I got a little bit adventurous with the blue pipes that were dispensing piranhas. But other than that, things feel pretty doable. Yeah, I was pretty interested to see what Rybones did with this concept, because I had a fish throwing thing, also an airship that I had been kind of playing around with in the editor for some time, but I couldn't quite get it to work the way I wanted, so... Always nice to see a good maker complete an idea that might be very superficially similar, even if it's obviously in his very own style. Yeah, no. There we go. Okay, can't believe that worked. Okay, just overshot slightly, and took a hit to the right of the fish when I was off screen. Just from overshooting it, so I literally threw the fish in my own face. Which is what happens when you throw a fish and then try to outrun it. It might hit you in the face. I don't recommend trying that in real life. Okay. Now let's go up. Yeah, a little more headroom this time to ride that out. Let's let things come down. Wings plus airship theme give me quite a lot of space to play with when it comes to those piranhas. There we go. And everything here seems fine. Perfect emote for the occasion, obviously. 6YMM. Yeah, I needed a duck under there. I was calculating whether I wanted to change fish, and I think I'll stay on lead fish for now. Still have to look for secrets, of course. We haven't really considered that very carefully just yet. Yeah, the fish is slow enough that I do want to do it this way. Well, risky, but we got it. Nope, not the way I want to do it. Thank you for the follow. Alright, let's try this once again. Yeah, a little bit of risky play once we got over to that other piranha. No, I do want to change fish there. I mean, staying on the same fish earlier was fancy, but maybe not what we wanted. You see, Luca, now all we need is to have some bloopers in here, and then you can also combine that with the multi-part squid emote that we see on Twitch so often. Okay, that's going to be a much more relaxed way of doing it. I should have ducked, though, instead of letting myself get pushed by that corner. But yeah, it is doable if you stay on the same fish, it's just not recommended. Okay, here we are. And down. Nope, bad idea. I feel like there is going to be a little bit of random variance that we need to play against, or at least positional variance, like based on where I'm going as the player, when it comes to dodging the Piranha Fire in that segment. Like even here, positionally, depending on where I am affecting whether the Piranha is shooting right or left. It's going to be a little bit of a quirk of timing that we'll need to play around. Yeah, I think I do need to high jump over it and land in the first slot. Maybe that's going to be consistent. 3 fireballs giving me a safe landing. You hope I like fish cake. Yeah, Natcat, I take it that you've collected everything for this week already. I don't know if you hunted for all 6 cakes on Tino's. But, we'll see. That may be a bit of a daunting task. I don't know if we'll be that complete a completionist here, but... oh, that works. That works surprisingly well. That does not. And, yeah, that's gonna be it for that attempt. Really need to think about that fire. You spent a lot of time on Tino's level, but only managed to get 3, yeah. I looked at a very early version of it, which is why I know it has 6 cakes. I have not found all 6, but I playtested a very early version of it, where I think I found 2. And I don't know how much of that has changed since, because I haven't looked at it recently, and I know there were a lot of mechanical changes and fixes to it, so... But we'll think about that when we get there. I think Tino's is coming up fairly soon. But yeah, like I said, between Tino's Cake Hunt and Salt Lake's level, we'll see if I can actually do everything today. Whoa, okay. No, we should actually switch fish for that too. Need to play some of this stuff just a little more carefully all around. And maybe lead the targets, lead the projectiles rather, on the piranhas, whenever I'm able to. Exert some control. Wow. Yeah, that's gonna be tricky. I should consider switching fish more than I've been doing. You think it might be a good idea to do the 6 cakes at the end of the stream? Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I don't mind breaking this up into 2 segments if I have to. We'll just continue tomorrow if so. I mean, last year when I was doing 4YMM, I was definitely not doing everything in 1 segment. Okay, there we go. Feel like that's always going to feel a bit risky. Okay, we got all 3. Bad idea. We needed to pick up the second fish first and then throw it down here and then ride it out to this switch and then go up the up pipe. I understand how that's going to go. I just still don't see the cake path, though. The levels were harder for you this week, even though there weren't any difficult puzzles. Oh, no difficult puzzles. Interesting. Yeah, I knew Zerfink had a new one this week. I didn't know what kind of level it was, though, because I hadn't seen it. But I really enjoyed the Thwomp puzzle that he had in one of the earlier weeks. yeah, it kind of makes sense, Netcat, that they wouldn't schedule like a really big puzzle the same week that they would have something like Salt Lake's level be the big time sink for people. Because it is a very likely time sink depending on one's platformer skill. But will be interesting to see how that compares, of course, to the hardest thing we've done so far, which is the cake in Stepping on Sonic. I think that's definitely been peak difficulty so far when it comes to my experience in 5 or 6 YMM. Okay. Let's go up. And down. Nope, forgot to duck. Zerfink's level is a platforming level this time, but with a bit of puzzle. Okay. Yeah, he also had 2 last year, and I think that was also the case. Because he had a Thwomp Ghost House platformer, I think. After doing the camera puzzle very early on. Whoops. Yeah, because he had a scroll break puzzle last year. That was one of the longer ones, as I recall. I was actually still fairly new to playing puzzles at the time. I mean, I'd done them here and there, but I wasn't really nearly as much of a puzzle player as I am now. Back when 4YMM came out. And then I just kind of totally got hooked on puzzles afterwards. Okay, going under there is going to work out just fine. Yeah, sometimes you'll just get a really good pattern there, sometimes you won't. I like the coin marker here for the pickup, though. I mean, you need to do it. And also the fact that you can unstack all 3 of the piranhas because of the way they float down, that's also neat. I don't think that's guaranteed to happen by any means, but the fact that it did happen last time worked out quite well in terms of the deflection. But yeah, I've always been extremely pleased with the way that SMB2 Mushroom was implemented in this game. I mean, if you're going to stop giving us updates, that was a very, very good update to end on. Or a very good idea to end on, rather. Okay. This is possibly miraculous for puzzle players. No, we do need to do the second fish pickup where the coin's indicated over there. Otherwise, we will be left without a way to go up the pipe. It's my second time reaching that pipe. We probably do this a little bit better. And yeah, might as well just prepare this by going to the left side fish first. Just swapping back and forth as much as we can. Whoops, nope. Still need a duck under that. It's always strange how it looks as though you're just being pushed by that ceiling vertically, although you're actually just being bumped along the side if you're still standing. But it's something about the way that, in terms of the sprite art, you just fall through the fish. Okay, duck. Yeah, a bit of a tough corner. Nope, I knew I was in trouble there, but I didn't have an opportunity to stand up and adjust, I think. So, we'll try to do a little bit better. Okay, forward we go. And yeah, we'll just go a little bit to the left there. Whoa, no, no, no. Didn't like that pattern. I think I did need to go to the left fish that time, but it's a little bit difficult to predict because sometimes the second volley of 3 gives you a little bit more space to play with. And because I'm tracking multiple piranhas at once there, it's a little bit difficult to see how my position is going to affect the firing pattern. But we'll go back there and try to make that work. Okay, much better. Much better pattern this time. Okay, we'll take this. We'll drop that. No, I need to throw that lower, actually. Because I didn't have enough height to get on top of that to hit the on-off switch. So I can't afford to ride the blue platform down a little bit lower before I throw the fish. Maybe. We'll see, just need to make some minor adjustments like that. And we should be in good shape after that. I hope. No, just totally got zoned out that time. Yeah, we'll see if we can get a little bit more consistency with that. Bit tricky. But in the meantime, we'll just try to get back there. And up we go. And yeah, everything's going to sync. Great. Okay. Bit of a risky landing there, but we made it. I want to throw that from a position that's further to the left, I think. When I get on the left side of the platform, I want to do it. Also, taking advantage of the height of the winged platform is important. I want it to be at its highest possible point when I make the throw. Because then I will have more distance for it to sink. That should be the idea. It's a little bit difficult to find that spacing if you don't quite know what to go for, but I think a small adjustment is likely to do a trick there. That felt a lot more comfortable. I like how consistent getting rid of all 3 fish is, in fact. Okay, up pipe actually worked out successfully for once. Okay, you have a checkpoint and you have a door. Now, why would I be doing that? Like, I'd take this with me, and I'd throw. What would be the point of throwing through? I guess if I take a damage boost, I'm able to reobtain SMB2. Not really. Think about this. I don't know what that door is matched to. That's the issue here. What if I just throw like that? I don't quite see. Maybe I do need to ride it out and then I need to bounce on top of it. Yeah, this might take some working out. I've got 170 seconds to figure this out. Let's rethink it. Natcat, you sometimes see an ad pop up at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, I That sounds like Twitch messing around, because I definitely didn't activate anything on my end, or prove anything to that effect, so... Yeah, I hope it's not something that's too much of an obstruction, because that sounds extremely annoying. Okay, one-way panels. You can definitely jump on top of the fish, probably take a hit and then bounce on it. There we go. And then there's a one-way panel on top of this guy. And then you would want to probably use SMB2 to get on top of the other door, maybe. Huh. I don't know about that other door. Just gonna scout ahead a little bit here. This part before the CP is teaching something you will use after, well, taking damage, for one thing. Taking damage and getting the bounce, seems very important. I don't know about what that door in the top corner is doing, though. Oh, nice. I like that clearance. Fish died a little too soon. I was supposed to pick up there and hang left. Yeah, Natcat, I hadn't seen that at all. But I haven't really been watching much Twitch in the last few days. Or rather, I've been on mobile where that doesn't seem to have been implemented yet. But yeah, we'll see if it's something I can turn on. Probably not, given that that's how Twitch treats us affiliates. They just mess around like that. I feel like I'm doing that too late. That fish pickup over there. We need to rethink it. Yeah, they do look like reset doors. I was just wondering where the reset was coming from. I like the consistency of landing on top of this pipe here. I do need to land more accurately on top of that guy, though. Then looks like it'll be a throw to clear some piranhas, and then it's going to be another fish pickup on top of where the piranhas were standing on that falling platform, which is going to lower the muncher stack. Yeah, very ambitious segment over here. I'm finding it really quite pleasing that the pipe timings work as well as they do. That's too late. I feel like maybe the circular track is giving me a bit of a clue for the timing there that I'm totally not paying attention to. And we'll see how that pans out. I like how that forced crouch at the beginning also prepares you for a throw. No, that is too early, I think. Maybe I need to stand on the left side of the fish when I do the pickup. That might be important. Also notice the spike top just flying across at the beginning here. I don't know what that's about. Maybe that's a setup for another section. No, still not doing it. Oh, no, I see what's happening. That when I do the pickup of the fish, it is picking up symmetrically. And so standing on the left side is not going to work because the fish is going to recenter itself over me. Possibly I do need to jump over to the second fish there, but I don't see why that would improve anything. Yeah, standing, in fact, on the right side is going to be more important there. Interesting donut block there. Sort of implying that I can try to go up that blue pipe, but not exactly clear on that yet. Yeah, because that blue pipe on the left is a spawner. I don't know if there was a one-way panel that was preventing anything from happening under that donut, but we'll see. Let's make it over to this guy first. No. So you can totally make it over and you can make it in. And that is the 6Y. We better get in here before we get squeezed out. Okay, we did find a cake, despite taking damage to do it. It is going to be a snake block cake. With a fish flying overhead. Oh, look at that number 6. Very lovely. That's a nice touch. I like that. And yeah, so you are expected to take damage boost, and of course, yeah, that's what that reset door is for. Or that return door, I should say, not a reset. Love the number 6 in that snake block. That's one of the nicest touches we've seen. In terms of just giving the bonus room a little bit of extra flair. There is a reset door over there as well that I could be using. And I should consider that, except usually when I'm failing in that section, I am just falling directly to the left, so. Okay. Yeah, standing on the right side of the fish is a good idea. We should actually take the second fish, though. It's not clear to me that I should be taking the second fish, I think, on a blind read, but I guess from the camera positioning, we know that the scroll just isn't going to give me the next pipe yet at that point, so we'll see if we can read that a little bit more accurately. Maybe that's what the half moon track here is also trying to tell me. Yeah, and it is. No, I don't want to do that, obviously. I want to throw the fish early enough that it is going to hit. I need to throw fairly early at that arrow, I think. And then we will clear the platform, and that allows me to do the next fish pickup when I get above that location. So let's go down. Yeah, we'll take this. Stand on the right. Nice bounce there. Okay. Okay, very nice. Half moon here seems to imply I should be taking this down. Yeah. Okay. Ah, this is the damage thing that I need to know for later. There we go. Nice and clean. And was there a way to actually keep the SMB2 mushroom? No, you just needed to bounce directly off if you wanted to grab the flagpole, I think. Because you are definitely taking a damage boost at the end, and there doesn't seem to be a place you can re-obtain SMB2 from there. So the only way to the flagpole should just be a straight bounce off that fish. Well, maybe the first try on that last a bit. Definitely not the first try in that segment overall, but welcome, Electrodude. Electrodude, I trust you've played and streamed this set already, and I hope you had a ton of fun. Alright, let's take a look at what is next. Third up today is going to be Tides Reversed It by Tino. This is the one with the 6 cakes. And we'll see how long this takes. So, a little bit of a story behind this title. Like I said, I playtested a very, very early version of this when I found, I think, 2 cakes or so. The challenge that people involved in 6YM was to come up with a title for Tino that would read as a palindrome and still describe the level. So if you think the title Tides Reversed It sounds a little bit strange because it is more of a sentence and less of a place than you would usually expect of a level, try reading it backwards. Tides Reversed It. Just reverse it, and it still says Tides Reversed It. So that was actually my suggestion, because I had come up with 2 alternatives. One was Tides Reversed It, and the other one, which I guess is one of the rejected titles. I'll type it out in chat because it's a little bit difficult to actually describe. So I knew that this level had 6 cakes, so the first suggestion that I actually fielded to the team for naming Tino's level was Frustrated Tart Surf. Because you'd just be surfing around looking for tarts. But anyway, Tides reversed it. I don't know how many people have noticed it. I know that the trailer just says that it's palindromic, but it could, of course, just as easily be describing the level itself. Anyway, Mang has the world record, still standing. He always on the move. Eruptive lava is not waiting. Let's see how many cakes we get. Otherwise, this really will be a frustrated tart surf. Yeah, like I said, I know some of the solutions, but not all of them. And so we'll be doing a little bit of hunting, and if we're really stuck, then we will move on and come back to it. And like I said, I played an extremely early version. There may be major changes. Okay. Clown car, whoa. I was expecting the clown car to save me here, but let's see. I was hoping clown car would take me up. But yeah, a lot of things have changed about this, so I am just relearning it from scratch, basically. Look at that little hop the cannon makes at the end. Yeah, clown car goes up. Look at this. Oh no, never mind. Nothing on top, that is just a ceiling, and it totally blocks you from progressing that way, so. Worth checking, though. Definitely worth a look. Also, look at this location, totally suspicious. Oh, nope. Up we go. Okay, that's one cake. Ah, and there's a number beside it. It says cake 1. And then we're going to die. I mean, we can redo that quickly to see if we can get out of there safely. I think it just spits you back out to a later point in the level, though, so probably not worthwhile, but at least this is a fairly easy one to execute. And yeah, Mang, thanks for keeping track and logging the cakes. Oh, that was all there was to it. We just needed to stay on that platform. Fancy that. Ah, yeah, so you can see there's another exit over here above the 50 coin, as well as something going on with the on-off switch. I guess we're above the ceiling for one of the sections here, so. Okay, I saw the checkpoint, so I had to deliberately take that death because I wanted to restart instead of fall in. We'll see if we can find a cake 2 somewhere. I love this clown car interaction. We did kind of break it my first time here. Because positionally, I think it was just a little bit off depending on how the clown car was reacting to my initial position when it was floating in. But in general, it's kind of nice to see the really weird clown car on spike interaction used in a way that's meaningful, because I find that most of the time, whenever you see the clown car bump against spikes like that, it is something accidental or chaotic that is meant to throw you off, rather than something you actively use as part of the platforming pattern. This is one of the only times I've ever used it, or rather seen it used as something very deliberate. Yeah, as you can see, we are manipulating the position of the clown car a little bit. I could just jump to the checkpoint, but I do want to check something with it. Because if my suspicion is correct, I think following the clown car pattern, if it actually works properly, should take you up to something else. Not the part in the top left, obviously, but I feel like it's worth checking for sure. And let's try this once again. Still can't get enough of that little cannon hop on the bottom as you go over to Red Koopa. So yeah, that takes you down, and then... Oh, that totally just bumps you off, though. I was hoping that I could just ride out the car a little longer and see if it takes you anywhere interesting. Because, of course, the lava just conceals so much in this level, it's hard to get a read on what things are going to do for you. Okay, so, yeah, okay, it actually worked this time. And then it's going to take me down. Oh, there's something. Okay. And I missed. But it is something. Red pipe. That looks particularly hard to spot. I hadn't tried this one before. This is not one of the ones I knew about in advance. If it is a cake, it certainly looks like a cake. But it occurred to me to try this because obviously you're encouraged to just jump over to the checkpoint, and we know that there are also 2 exits that go to that pipe, as we saw earlier after having taken cake number 1, so we'll do a bit more of the hunt here, and hopefully the clown car does behave somewhat more reliably. There we go. This is cake number 2. Great. Got it. Not a very edible cake, unfortunately. Refreshing. Okay. And yeah, this is the exit we had noticed earlier. So now we should be able to find checkpoints. Yeah, Luca, given that Meng has played enough of this level to do the speed run, I assume that finding the cakes is something that has been done. Okay, down here. Yellow pipe up top. I noticed the yellow pipe when I was testing this in a very early version. I never figured out how to get up to it. So that seems to be something I'm missing. Love the alignment of the donut block here. Works very nicely. Yeah, checkpoint here. As you can see, 3 doors. We haven't gone through any of them. And so that would account for 3 of the cakes, I think. And then we'd still be missing 1 after that. And Luca going to steal the world record? Yeah, good luck with that. We do need to jump off that. Okay. Yeah, looks like there is probably an instant on-off toggle here just to get everything to work consistently. Okay, down we go. And yeah, that one's fairly easy to see. This is one of the ones I did know about. I did find it independently. That's number 6. So we have 1, 2, and 6. We missed a whole bunch. That's okay. We might close out the level first before we search further, just in case. I mean, 1 and 2 were kind of in order. I sort of think that maybe the 6 there implies that there's nothing else to search from this point, but we'd better look anyway, just in case they're out of order. Might as well be very clear about this. Okay. Up we go. I knew that was going to happen. I don't know why I stayed there. We know how bombs work in this game. And in fact, with rising and falling lava, as we know from experience, bomb triggers are really one of the best tools you can use for any kind of reliable behavior. Oh yeah, just didn't read that properly in terms of bumping my head. Lower that platform and get on top of the blaster. I think I understand it. So yeah, 2 doors going into this room here that are unaccounted for. That's likely between checkpoint 1 and 2. That's where we should be searching for at least 2 additional cakes. One of them is likely going to be that yellow pipe on the top that I don't know how to reach. And the other one, I think I have found it before, if it hasn't changed. So I think I know where one of them is, and the other one I don't really know how to do it yet, so... But at least I know what I should be going for. Yeah, because that yellow pipe definitely confused me a lot when I was testing this myself. Okay, through the door there. I didn't notice any alternate exits there to take, so we'll... Down here. Oh, axe right here. I don't know if there was anything to the left in this segment. I didn't see any way to manipulate that. I mean, you can always just wait out the lava and have it float back up, but it's not going to push anything, I don't think so. Alright, let's go hunting. So I want to check from after checkpoint 1 before I hit checkpoint 2. I believe that's the best bet for us here. And then we'll figure out the last one. So yeah, we'll go immediately this time since we've accounted for all those other cakes so far. And... okay, let's go. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, here's one thing I didn't notice, is that the cannonball pattern is actually a little bit different if you are starting from before checkpoint. I didn't have that extra cannonball to jump on last time. I only had it because you have a little bit more room to spawn one before the mechanism gets going, and so that's cake number 3 accounted for right there. Okay, great. Yeah, it caught me by surprise, actually. I didn't, no, it would have that. Also look at the Bowser and Bowser Jr. statues on either side. I want to miss this checkpoint and take a death if I can, because I want to check the section between 1 and 2 one more time. I'm glad this level allows you to redo that a bit if you missed a flag. So yeah, watch the cannonball pattern here. This is why I didn't notice that. Because the cannonball pattern is slightly different. It doesn't give you the additional ball at the end, and everything is also a little bit lower, I think. Okay. Now this one... whoops. Now I think this next one should be fairly easy to find. So there's still 2 unaccounted for. And we know about that one door. Okay, this went a lot better than I expected. So yeah, I noticed this door before, and this was one of the ones that I had found in playtesting, so that's, I think, relatively unchanged. Oh, okay, good catch. Good muncher. Excellent catch. So that gives me... what? Oh, that's surprisingly readable. Wait, right side. That's cake number 4. What do we do with cake number 5 then? Do we like continue riding that out on the left side maybe? Like if there's a branch here. So we're missing cake number 5. I wanted to replay that again and see what happens if I ride it out to the left, because that's something I have not seen. I don't know if cake number 5 would be there, but in terms of the ordering, it's the only place that would fit. Because it does seem like these are ordered so far. 1 and 2 were before checkpoint 1. 3 and 4 were between 1 and 2. 6 was after checkpoint 2. And so yeah, we'll try to ride this out again, and I'll try to take it down the left side. We're missing number 5, Luca. And so I was thinking, the thing that I hadn't tried is, what if we ride this down to the left instead of jumping to the cake? Like, can we actually survive and do more of the level, or is it some kind of skip? No, I jump into bones and then I wrap around, yeah. let's see here. Okay, down we go. Nope, we want to get in the door. Unless there's some other entrance after this door, but before the red pipe that I'm also missing. But I also wonder if you can skip that on-off switch. I don't think you can, because those red blocks there would block a bunch of things. And you wouldn't have the conveyors, I think, spitting out the muncher stack that comes down. Yeah, because that is... Like, the conveyor is not tied to the on-off switch, but the blocks that are preventing the whole element from falling down is controlled by an alternating on-off setup. If you can just read what's going on above the on-off switch right there, just off the top of the screen. Yeah. Okay. Jump here. I like the use of the red blocks there, actually. Good visual indication when they're not being functional. I wonder if I can go through those bricks there, in fact. Oh, whoops. The previous timing that looked like it would be too far to the left actually does work. I overcompensated this time. Forgot that it does kind of accelerate towards you as you get back there. Okay, let's see. Let's try this once again. Yeah, blaster loads you right into that door. Yeah, these bricks here, I wonder if that's anything I can manipulate. I think I'm over top of a... Oh, no, because that whole element is the one that falls down earlier, I think. So let's take this down. Ride this down. Do the loop over here. That's very satisfying. Look how well it works. And then what if we... Yeah, you see that brick on the left side? I think if I go fast there, I can go for that. And that looks like it's probably going to be a vine. Can't imagine it's anything else, but we do need to go quickly. It looks very much like a vine block there, to take you back up before the lava comes back up and consumes you. No, we want to take the door. A little bit late to do that. I don't know if you can actually approach the blaster from the right and still have enough time to enter the door. I'm not going to try it that way, of course, at least not intentionally. I think, though, given the length of that whole segment, if you skip Cake 4 and follow this alternate route to the left, I feel like there's a good chance of Cake 5 being there, but I don't know where that takes you afterwards if it doesn't take you back through the same door. So we'll ride this out and see. That looks very much like it is something, though. Here we are. Nope, had to go faster. Spent too long there thinking. But the window of time there is quite limited in terms of when the platform on the left is still going to be safe. So yeah, you can see the cannons here are actually a much more relaxed jump than when you try to do it as a single segment from the beginning of the level, like when I went to the yellow pipe on the top right for Cake 3. It's quite a bit different. Given that Mang has the world record time and has found all cakes, I'm guessing that you've had plenty of practice with that in terms of noticing how different the pattern actually is. I like how the level is able to accommodate that. Very tricky in a level this dependent on things like lava timing, too. You're doing that checkpoint placement just in the middle of the zone. Oh, here's Cake 5, okay. Cake 5 is a little bit sad, I think. But we'll see if we can actually go up before the lava comes up and devours me. Oh, whoops. Okay, no, that's just the beginning of that segment. Yeah, because the door spits you out. I hadn't even noticed that door previously, in fact. So if you do cake 5 first, then you have to go back to cake 4 in order to survive, I think. That's how I understand it. We have seen everything at this point, so thank you for the GG. Let's try to ride it out anyway, so I can see what's going on in the final screen, like whether there's anything we missed. I mean, we have all cakes. I don't think there's anything else unaccounted for. We have 6YM text, right, as well? Okay. And, oh, we didn't really need to do this, but... yeah, so we can just simulate having come out of cake 5 and then... Now, if you do cake 5 first and you go back to cake 4, one thing you would not have is any of the coin trails, because you would have consumed them along the way, but... at that point, I guess the level just assumes that you've done well enough to understand where everything is. Let's not hit our head on this thing here, that would be awful. 6 secret boom boom fights, yeah. Well, I mean, they can't all be in the same subworld because you can only have so many boom booms going on. I like the loading onto that POW, that works quite nicely. Oh, there we go. Just in time over there. Whoa. Okay, everything's fine over here. Yeah, left side, you can't access it at all. It's just a saw blade over there. Nothing else going on, I don't think. Whoa, no, let's hit that before everything comes up. And that whole stack is going to go down. Okay, true GG obtained. Okay, that did not take nearly as long as I feared. Partly because the yellow pipe I thought was going to be really difficult, and then the solution just presented itself when I hit start over. And I didn't expect the yellow pipe for cake 3 to be anywhere near that convenient. We forgot to take a look at comments, didn't we, for Flying Fish Foray? Let's do that quickly, and we'll go back to comments for this one as well. And Crad's still loving 6YM. Peacekeeper presumably thought the cake was hard to find. I actually thought the cake was fairly simple, but that's because I was accidentally taking damage at that donut block anyway. Green Star's got a big one. Okay. Let's take a look at the comments for Tides Reversed It and see if anybody actually noticed the title. Yeah, Meng, I feel like in some ways, even though the yellow pipe one looks like it's the hardest to execute if you don't know that there's going to be the spawning difference. And I didn't know there was a spawning difference. I'm just glad I took advantage of that, because if I didn't get that first try, I think I would have searched for the yellow pipe for a very long time from checkpoint 1. Because I never found it in playtesting, like I said, even though I noticed the pipe in one of the early versions. The Cloud Car one was pretty well hidden. I feel like it was kind of just surprisingly lucky for me to think of trying that early. Partly because I was just watching the pattern behave in all these different ways. I was thinking, I should check the ceiling, and then it wasn't with the ceiling, obviously. And from there, it was just a matter of writing this out. This guy's been commenting this on multiple levels, and I think he still doesn't get it. And yeah, super very, very hard, apparently. The thing is, with all these cake comments, I don't know which cake they're commenting on, and I'm not redoing the level to find out, unfortunately. You feel like up is down and left is right? Yeah, especially if you read the title. Green Star has one cake. And Green Star found another cake, okay. But being limited to 2 comments, you can't actually doesn't eat every cake. Yeah, Netcat is kind of true that the clown car, as we saw, does have a bit of inconsistent behavior, even though... I mean, it's very reliable for the purposes of getting you over to the checkpoint, I think. But depending on your positioning, it can actually bounce around a bit weirdly, and I can imagine why people would give up on that one fairly quickly. Let's take a look at the next one, which is going to be Shifting Starship Galaxy. This one was uploaded a little bit ahead of time because RBC was unavailable over the weekend, I think. So this one was uploaded about a day ahead. Anyway, RBC, of course, made that amazing Puzzle Plank Galaxy Lemmy Ball looping music level. That was back in week 1. Absolutely fantastic marriage of the looping music layout with the mechanics inside. So we'll see what's going on this time with Beat Block Skyway and Yoshi Star. Once again from Galaxy, so... Now I hope that everything has been working well on the stream today in terms of audio especially. It looks like things have been fine on my end, but do let me know if there is any trouble, especially now that we're doing a music level. But yeah, I definitely agree that the clown car one just now was the hardest to actually spot, I think. Like, it's very easily missed. Whereas I thought the yellow pipe would be a huge execution challenge. Beep block Skyway, or Skyway block beep. Okay, so once again, it's going to be coin collection. We'll do it all. So, for the longest time, I couldn't remember if it was beep blocks or beat blocks, and I realized why there was a confusion. Because it's actually both. Depending on whether you're playing Galaxy or playing Super Mario 3D World. I believe Beat Block Skyway is in 3D World, but they call them beat blocks in the Galaxy galaxies where they're introduced, as I recall. And so I just kind of always called it interchangeably and sort of pronounced it vaguely enough to get away with either, but luckily both instances are correct. Oh, whoops, didn't expect to go through this right away. I hope I didn't miss a coin. I don't think well, I missed a big coin, but nothing more critical than that, I don't think. And yet, they beep just like the Beat Block Skyway pattern originally in the game that originates from, so... Very, very fancy. Wait until we see what Yoshi's going to do to us in Part 2. Okay, let's not get crushed by cannons. I don't think we will be, but... Seems like we've been missing a lot of coins. I feel like we should have more than 2 by now. We know that we're going to be limited to 5 per zone, so we should be looking a bit more carefully, but I may have missed things. Oh, here's one. And yeah, this takes you down. I wonder if you can actually get across. I don't think so. There's nothing to stand on the way there. Unless there's a P-switch or something, which would, of course, just break conveyors, so it's not going to be a P-switch. This looks like an exit. But I may be wrong. I am wrong. But the mushroom is going to give you some kind of progression, maybe? Oh no, snake block, interesting. Snake block does what? I'm amazed that this level still has snake blocks to spare after all of the globally loading music that is also happening at the same time. Okay, let's see about this. Twirling all the way across isn't going to be it. You can go from under, but it also looks like getting the mushrooms on that side gives you a ground pound. So you may need to go from up top. I somehow doubt that twirling all the way over is going to be it, but let's try to backtrack a little bit. No, I feel like we should be able to twirl over. Like that was partly the purpose of being given a mushroom here for the ground pound later, maybe. Oh, you know what? There may be blocks here that you can stand on if we stand on top. See where the tracks are located. I think the idea is that you stand here and then you can hit tracks. Because this is a 30% clear level. It's not going to be something really tricky. Or even something that requires like basic technical knowledge like the twirl. Whoops. You still have to make the jumps, of course. Clinging onto the vines off screen. Nice yay there. Very much appreciated. There's a Wiggler is just having a party. Waddling on top of the boo. Okay, we got 4 coins so far. I hope I'm not missing something. We can, of course, steal this. We can bust everything down. In order to lower the blaster all the way, love the fireworks there. Yeah, not going to be able to take this down around a corner, so let's not do that. Stinjar, you changed your mind completely. It's week 14 of 4YM. Yeah. Works well enough. Yeah, welcome, Stinjar. Hope you're doing well. Still hoping to finish that puzzle you sent me about a week and a half ago, but wasn't able to be on for most of last week, so falling a bit behind with some of the unfinished viewer levels. Okay. Oh, great, coin. That solved itself. 140, I bet we're going to take one death to timeout here before we even get to the second zone. That just blocks... Is that an entrance? Yes, it is. Stinjar, no, I haven't tried it again yet. It is kind of on a list for the next time I do a puzzle or catch-up stream. I do keep a list of levels that are kind of unfinished business, so I can continue again on a later broadcast. So I'm hoping to get back to it at some point. Anyway, we're likely to die to timeout, hence the 30% clear rate for a level where you mostly can't die. And, oh yeah, you got Baby Yoshi here. Baby Yoshi sprite. Need fire, but you also need Yoshi to spit fire, so do I have an egg? Or a way to get an egg? Let's see. Love the use of the sky theme semi-solids, of course. I feel like Magic Koopa missiles are not going to give me anything here because they just hit ground, okay. Fine, whoops. Oh, there's Yoshi. And there's the clear rate for you. And Electrodude, you have to go to school, yeah. Do enjoy that as best as you can. And thanks for dropping by for the parts that you managed to catch. Yes, Ninja, as far as I understand it, the original 1, 2, 3 YMM projects for Mario Maker 1 were not released in weeks. Otherwise, a formula like that might work. But the first 3 were kind of irregularly numbered. Like, they had some kind of daily release for one of them, and some other kind of batch system for one of the later ones, I think. And yeah, Electrogy do learn something for us. Okay, we're going to grab Fire, except this is an SMBU, and Yoshi can't do anything through walls. Really does make me miss Galaxy 2, actually, with all the Yoshi content there that was so unique. Yoshi played wonderfully in Galaxy 2. Even if he was dashing everywhere with a chili pepper in his mouth half the time. It's actually been a frightfully long time since I've played Galaxy 2. And... okay. Yeah, sure, we'll take that. And then... let's see what we can do here. Drybones. Drybones isn't getting a thwomp because the thwomp is floating about on a track. We should be able to do something... with the mushroom, perhaps. Oh, Rocky Wrench. No, there we go. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, now we kill the dry bones, and then... whoops. Let's shoot from the left side. And then that's going to release the thwomp, which is on a stack. Yeah, as Ninja, I didn't play the first 3 YMMs while they were current either. I kind of found out about them after they released, because I was out of touch with a lot of the community side of Maker 1. Okay, now that we've released the thwomp, we should be able to smash everything. Good. Let's grab another wrench just in case, because I think we might need it to do the coin, so... and who else... who knows what else we can break with it. Whoops. Never mind, we'll just grab that. Considering how much looping music is going on, there seem to be great pains in this level to make sure the wrench doesn't break other stuff. We should just grab a shell here and spit it, because that gives me the activation, and of course these shells are very safely dispensed. Spit this, it's going to bounce, and then... that's not what I want. I want a shell there as well, in fact. Yes, Ninja, we just played Tino's level. I did find all 6 cakes. Mind you, I already knew about 2 of them, I think, through advanced playtesting, so I did have a bit of a head start on people. But the cakes that I didn't have in advance went very conveniently for me. I just had a lot of things go luckily. We need to eventually get a POW over here, and I don't know where that's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, Yoshi can stand on anything, but... no, you know what? We can just spit this and bump. So why don't we just bump this guy too? Yeah, there we go. Never mind. Just assumed you'd need a POW, and that was not true. And yes, Ninja, I don't know how many cakes you managed to get. But here we are. Might as well take something through with us, in case we can break anything. Oh, we got a squirrel. 6 YMM. And back here we go. Oh, Wendy's bouncing around inside a GG for some reason. Hang on. We don't actually need this. Hit the top, I think, but... I want to... no, never mind. We won't do it. Should have just jumped off with the squirrel. Red pipe at the end looks inaccessible. Unless it's an exit that spits you out on the right side of the flag. I don't know. I didn't think it was. Anyway, that was Shifting Airship Galaxy. Is there another cake in this level? I don't think there is, but I was wondering about the red pipe, because the red pipe, I guess, doesn't make the top of the flagpole accessible. And yeah, we got the only cake in the main world through the key door. I don't know where that red pipe would be matched. It might just be aesthetic, but it is suspicious. And yeah, Merlin, thank you for dropping by for so long. Have fun with the world building as well. Okay, next up is going to be Enigmatic Explosives by Zerfink. If I can find it. No, RBC's level was an early one, so we'll scroll up. Okay, Zerfink has something that's kind of a puzzle platformer from what Natcat was telling me earlier. I didn't read the comments. Thank you for reminding me. Totally forgot. Let's take a look at the artwork first. If I was given a year to make a level better than this, I don't think I could. Yeah, neither could I. This guy has been in almost every level, insisting that he doesn't know how to count. B-Shark loves this more than he loves sharks, huh? My compliment. Always love this kind of pairing. Soft lock or Sulf lock. Wait, never mind. Just couldn't wait to comment first. Oh. Like you're the first person to have tested this. Poor Joy-Con drifter. And, yeah. Love this part of 3D World, referring probably to B-Block Skyway. Found the cake. Had no idea Yoshi could eat from burners. Yeah, very important thing to know. And this guy wants to find out how looping music is done. I don't know if the guide has been translated into French. I assume it has been. It's been translated to a couple of different languages. The global looping music manual that was written up by a lot of the tech researchers behind it. And look at Green Star. Green Star finds it nice. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, surprisingly low in artwork, that one. I'm glad Green Star came in to save today. With a very early comment, too. Well, I'm glad that the cake sign is right there in the pixel art, pointing to a red pipe, apparently. Something feels different about your explosives, but what is it? Let's find out. So yeah, this is level, I want to say 5 out of 8. Actually making good time, depending on how badly we get body checked by Salt Lake's level later. I assume that this is going to be bomb activation in lava. Yeah, it is. Okay. And that lava's always just going to hit. Yeah, it would mostly be a budgetary thing, I think, in terms of just having enough of the on-off switches available to hit accurately. I should just, in fact, drop the bomb and tap it. Much better. Arrow will do that just fine. And then we just do more bomb tapping after this, and that would probably do everything I need. Drop over here, great. Great. And then drop over here. Very satisfying to do that, actually. Knowing where the columns were earlier, even though they're off camera. Okay, let's not get hit by fire. Okay, there we go. Just getting a little bit more timing dependent, which is important to know. There we go. Yeah, it's actually really satisfying to guess the timings accurately. Also a relative rarity in terms of being an action link level that is built around this very specific interaction. I feel like this stuff is breakable, but I guess this isn't a necessary path, so that's okay. Yeah, all of this is very breakable, in fact. I wonder what this is, though. I also feel like deflecting all of this stuff, but... You know what? Yeah, that's still going to activate. But why would we want to do that? Anyway, checkpoint is going to reset my costume. So, yeah, we'll think about that cake thing later. Is there some way I can get the Master Sword here? Or am I... Oh, no. Spawns from a pipe? No? Ah, okay. You tug the bomb that way. And then you probably drop another bomb. And then kick it. Oh, I like this. Good use of screen positioning. Now then, kick that guy. And it blocks the pipe. Okay, good. This isn't going to block though, so you do need to hit this way. Okay, pretty solid here. Oh, I wonder if I needed that. Oh, I guess this is just decorative. That's the triangles here are actually just part of the suspension mechanism for the bridges. I don't think it does anything functional otherwise. Okay, something about cake on the left side. The fact that that looks so obvious makes me wonder. Well, hey, look at all this. This looks like it would push you up but let you back down. It's not any kind of lock, but... Oh. Nothing comes out of the red pipe. I guess it is cake exit. We're going to check that in a moment. I just want to check this side. Like, under what circumstances would you not check the cake room? It looks very suspicious. Okay. Oh, I guess it is just a hard mode room then, if I understand it correctly. And then you would pick up a bomb and escort it. But before you do that, whoops. Yeah, no, I get it. You have to escort bombs. So bombs are going to come out now, and then you would be able to escort another one after that. No, you can just ride this guy. Should have considered that. Because afterwards you would pick up the bomb and then you would toss it over here and then you jump left. Yeah. Okay, pretty easily understandable actually. Okay, so we spawn 2. We wait for the second one, and I just crouch and ride the second one. Oh, whoops, nope, too early. And then after we ride the second one, I pick it up, and then we just toss it on the left side. Okay, pretty straightforward so far. Here's the cake. Wow, gigantic blueberries here. Really trying to upstage the ones on Supernova's level not long ago. Okay, not a lock. You can jump through the clouds. And eat your way out of the blueberry cake from the inside. Obviously, I'm going to check stuff like this. Whoops. Obviously. Except I can't stay crouched there. I should be able to, actually. Let's try it. With the 80 seconds that we have remaining. We were just after checkpoint, though, I think so. Anyway, it totally is a bomb cake. Bomb berries, yeah, that's right. That's what they are. Anyway, that's going to take me down, and that's going to be a power-up reset, yeah. Very functional. That also looks like a reset door of some sort. Oh, no, that's progress. Oh. I'm likely going to die to timeout here, so let's see what's going on. We want to kick bombs down as fast as I can. In alternating fashion. Oh. And there's our friend Boom Boom. It's a bomb level, so there's lots of booming going around here. Okay. And look at Roy. Luckily I had plenty of practice with Roy lately. But... yeah, because Roy was going to spawn in from off-screen after a certain number of hits, I guess. Eventually, the object here is to get the Munchers to fall on top of the P-switches. As I understand it. Getting rid of Boom Boom doesn't do much except just kill Boom Boom, I guess. Roy is absolutely our boy. We've seen a lot of Roy in 6YM so far, 5YM and 6YM, because Roy was in the Daft Punk Cupcake level, likely because of his cool shades. Well, and also because the mechanic for that pillar boss fight in Cupcake's level was quite a lot of fun. Roy was, of course, the centerpiece of the boss fight in my level last week. And here's Roy again over here. I'm seeing plenty of action as far as Koopalings go. But yeah, Roy is actually such a unique element to play with if you know how to control him as a maker. I think the main limitation for him is that a lot of people don't necessarily know the rule set for how he behaves and how to control his position. But once you get a sense of that in terms of being able to control his own very unique spawning rules, then you're in good shape. Okay, let's just get rid of Boom Boom. And then not die. And Roy is going to be our boy. Whoops. Very deceptive, that Roy. Just get rid of him. Nope. Totally getting zoned out. But yeah, getting rid of Boom Boom early, of course, is apparently a really good idea here, so... yeah, I just need to do the bomb kick somewhat accurately. Neat idea for a fight for this level for sure. Okay. Alright, next bomb. Let's wait for the next one. Just to minimize complication. Whoops. So yeah, ultimately we will want to aim for the P door once the P-switch has done its work. Just have to pay attention to when the bomb requires a second kick, because sometimes I don't plan that very well. And Roy's just going to continue trapping the bomb there. I'll just let that happen. Let's not die to a stun lock. That would be a pretty awful idea. Yeah, I should just be patient here and take out Roy without getting zoned out too badly. If you don't want the bomb to activate, that's very easy to avoid. I mean, the whole purpose here is to activate the bomb, and so the level doesn't go out of its way to give that to you, and so... Okay, Boom Boom's going to go down fairly quickly. We've got a few more activations left. Might have some additional phases after Roy for all I know, but we'll worry about that when we can get past Roy at all. So here's where he's coming down. Let's avoid the stun lock. There we go. And I feel like that's not actually going to be accessible. Because it is proximity activated as you jump over the gap, right? Like, I feel like that's definitely just bait. Unless there's some other secret that we don't know about, but I'm assuming no. I mean, we can take a look briefly to see if it's matched. I don't have the zoom feature on my current controller, but... Oh, there is a door exit that's at the very top, so maybe there is something. But you need to be so quick to do it. Yeah, anybody who's played this can maybe confirm or deny that there is a second secret if you successfully enter that door. I think... No. At the top, I don't think that's an exit for the door. I think that's just the thwomp mechanism for activating the switch as you jump over. And congratulations, Luca, on taking the world record. Presumably. We'd have to refresh that to find out, but for now, let's just move on to Pale Pair of Parathumps, which is the big question mark in terms of how long it'll take this week. Actually, 0.72 is much higher than usual for Salt Lake. This might actually be reasonable. A lot of Salt Lake's creations are sub 0.5 and are, as I like to describe Salt Lake's levels, they're usually about as hard as you can go. Let's check comments too. But Salt Lake's levels are usually about as hard as you can go without really getting into what is strictly Kaizo territory. Like, they're right along that boundary where platforming is just as far as it can go before being incontrovertibly Kaizo. My Blueberry. This guy's on the Warpath, HXL over here. And nobody's listening, so... Yeah, look at this Sadie rendition of the Bombberry cake. It totally does look like linked bombs, now that I look at the illustration here, and think back to how it actually looked inside the level. Mount Everest. MOAB. Oh, no, these are the different nuclear bombs, yeah. And, let's see over here. It isn't a soft lock, guys. No, it's a cake. I wonder what people are talking about that they thought it was a soft lock. I don't think I know what they're even describing. They think checkpoint softlocks you. No, I don't see what they mean. I don't know why people would read them that way, but... Anyway, let's go to Salt Lake's level and see how we do. Want to go for a ride? Sure, let's see. And thank you for the GGs once again earlier, and congratulations, Luca, once again on the world record. Okay, jump here, grab up throw, and oh, whoa! Need to do that whole thing faster, I think. I'm glad I was correct, like throwing on top of the jump block there. That was a bit of a snap decision. Okay. I think I do need to jump before I up throw to reach the question block. I don't think an up throw by itself is going to reach. So you will need to burn a little bit of time doing that. And then take this up. And then not land on the spring. Okay. Spin jump. Whoops. And hold into the second spin jump. And it looks like it's going to be spin jump off the P, which I think until recently I wasn't quite clear you could do that, like do a P jump with a spin jump. But it's clearly useful enough that I think if I played more hard platforming levels, I would have seen it much more often. And we'll see, because sometimes my P jump timing can be a little bit off. Whoops. And my up throw directions, apparently, are not quite solid either. Okay. That was actually very satisfying, just barely missing the fire. Up, and then... I don't think I need to get back on top of the thwomp. I think I should just go directly. I should have enough room to do that, but I'm not certain. I'll try it both ways, probably. I need to estimate space a little bit better here. Okay, yeah, sneak under here. On top of the Wiggler and not hitting my head on the spike. I go over to Boo, I get back on the Wiggler, and then I should have enough space to get back on the Thwomp platform. Hence the pale pair of Thwomps. It's just the two Thwomps that are carting you throughout the whole level, of course. That seems to be the relevant pair here. Okay. Am I going fast enough here? Yes. Whoa, whoa. Need to set that down a little faster, and that's already near the end of this zone. You get on top of the Wiggler and then through the pipe. Okay, not too bad actually. Doing okay. Yeah, like I said, on the more manageable side for Salt Lake. At least so far. We don't know what's going to elaborate this in the second zone just yet, but... Okay, down we go. Up. Nope. Didn't want to bounce that much on a Wiggler, just didn't manage to fall ahead of it. Very well. Wow, let's get a big shout out over to nobody could say my old name. Matt sends his regards indeed. Welcome, Matt. Splish. Whose old name nobody is still able to say, even if you do send your old or new regards. Thank you for bringing in the party about 109. I hope it's been a real treat over on your side. Do let me know what kind of maker content you were running over there today. So yeah, Matt or Mattor, or nobody could say my old name, or whatever alias you go by. Your regards are quite welcome here. And hope you've been enjoying whatever levels or other shenanigans you've been displaying on your side. Whoops, a spin jump here. And thank you for the follow. They were courtesy of Panga, and you were also doing 5 and 6mm. Okay. So I don't know how caught up you are so far. Yeah, I've been trying to catch as many of the streams as I could, but I haven't actually caught yours yet in terms of running the YMM levels, so I'll be sure to look at the VOD afterwards, and I'm sure some of the other YMM makers will be quite interested to see that as well. You're comically behind? Yeah, that's perfect, because it means that people who released in earlier weeks have plenty of reason to see what you've been up to and how you've been doing, so... Yeah, glad to hear you've been playing these, and hope you're enjoying them. And... yeah, no worries about being comically behind, of course. I'm mostly eager to make sure I have this all out of the way before Metroid. Please never look back. You looked like a fool. So, was it, were you a platforming fool or a puzzle fool? Because those are two very different kinds of entertainment. Both very entertaining, but two very different styles of embarrassment. Pick a thing, you were a fool. Yeah, that's fine. I mean... from the viewer's perspective, I don't think anybody particularly minds, as long as it's funny enough. Which I'm sure it was. Okay, you're going to run, and you don't want to get spoiled? Yeah, no worries. We're still very early on in this level. I haven't revealed the cake or anything in this one just yet, so... thank you for dropping by. I hope you've been enjoying the levels, and looking forward to catching up on more of your streams soon. And welcome once again to everybody who came in. Yeah, we are mostly caught up here. I am running the latest batch. This is 6YMM Week 2, which is Week 6 overall. And we're at level 6 out of 8 for this week so far. This is the hardest one. This is one of the few 4-star levels in the project, which is Pale Parathwumps by Salt Lake. And thank you so much for the cheers. Okay, let's not actually miss the spin here. And 7-foot dwarf, yeah, you have a good sleep. And yeah, as a 7-foot dwarf, I hope you don't have too many issues with your legs sticking out the bed. But anyway, you have a good night. And okay, here we go. Let's focus here. We have seen the exit pipe to this zone previously. Just need to clean up some of my play. And you're all short, so it works? Yeah, good to hear. That's quite convenient. Unless you really need to reach the top shelf for something, of course. Anyway, let's bop over here. And yeah, still a little bit late on everything there. I'm kind of right up against a boundary when it comes to hitting the ice blocks as they melt. Nope. James Chappers, you're not the first person to have suggested that. It's funny because I would think I was actually introduced to the Lockpicking Lawyer by people who came to this stream saying that they wanted to hear me say something to the effect of, "I'm the Lockpicking Lawyer, and welcome to another video." That's not the most frequent comparison I've had. people who watch marble racing tell me that I apparently sound like the commentator Greg Woods who comments on the marble races, but I don't know. I actually did check that out afterwards to see if that was true. I don't know if that's true, but I do agree that Greg Woods is a really good marble commentator, and we can all hope to receive a compliment like that at some point in our lives. Whoops. Yeah, there have been a few frequent comparisons that I've heard on the stream, and I'm mostly just surprised at how many Mario makers are into lockpicking. But maybe I shouldn't be surprised, just given how many contraption builders we have around here. And maybe lockpicking is the kind of thing that people are into. Whoops. And yeah, I'm aware that that's actually a really wildly popular channel. It had just kind of escaped my notice for the longest time until it was pointed out to me explicitly by viewers here. Okay, up we go. Okay. Little behind pace there. Okay, just needed to space myself properly over the spike tops. Gotta get through the doors somehow. Yeah, very true. I mean, man, usually what we just do is collect the pink coins, but if you really need to pick the lock, then may as well do it. For instructional purposes. Actually, I've played a lot of escape rooms on the stream with combination locks. And so I've seen some incredibly elaborate combination lock designs in Mario Maker. Some of them extremely elaborate. Like, there was this one escape room I played last year that had a locking mechanism that would actually give you different exits, like 4 or 5 different exits depending on the code, and it was this really complicated seesaw-based mechanism that made it work. Okay, through we go. Finally, checkpoint 1. Here we do soft lock picking. Yeah, we find those all over the place. Not in the YMM levels, thankfully, but we certainly try. We managed to pick a lock with a Red Bull can. Wow. It gives you wings. Okay. Oh, I quite like that timing here. I guess we get on top of the goom, hit this, and then it's going to be spin jumps. Spin jump on top of this guy. I'm surprised that worked. Okay, that's fine. Swamp hits, and then spin jumps here, hit the bomb. No. Less about the lockpicking and more about how easy it is for him, yeah. I mean, I guess that's not a good sign for people who are the locksmiths. If all of their secrets are so easily exposed, or at least their shoddy workmanship from time to time. Now the thing is, if he's a lockpicking lawyer, does he also do YouTube content rather about the legal side of things? Nope, didn't want it that way. Oh no, hey, that worked. I'm surprised that worked, considering I kicked a bomb in the wrong direction. Everything still got sorted out, by the way. The bomb was pushed. Didn't expect that. I thought it was... I don't even know if it was the wrong direction. I mean, I sort of assumed that I had to kick the bomb to the right side, but maybe it just doesn't matter. Didn't really get a good look at the mechanism. Okay. Up we go. Then... yeah, actually, kicking the bomb hits the hard block on the right side, but if you kick the bomb to the left, the thwomp is going to push it over And that should be fine. Okay, let's not lose Yoshi there. I was a little bit slow on this whole segment this time, in fact. Yeah, if I drop Yoshi, I want to drop Yoshi a little further to the right every time. Nope, not like that. Because I do need to preserve Yoshi all the way to the rightmost side here. Yeah, so not only is it a pale pair of thwomps, they are para thwomps in the sense that they're wearing parachutes. Yeah, very useful central concept here for all of these platforming obstacles. Very budget friendly too. Yeah, the bomb takes long enough to detonate that everything aligns just fine. Okay, over. And of course we're going to miss the up pipe because that's what we do. It doesn't look like there is any kind of cake exit or secret out the right side. I haven't really thought about secrets placement, but I know Salt Lake's style. Salt Lake is a very linear-minded action-based player and maker. And so, from my experience with Salt Lake's levels, they usually just leave secrets placement as a bit of an afterthought or a little thing at the end. If you recall the ant level in 4YM last year, that was literally just a pipe at the end that you needed to make an extra jump to get. So I'm going to be looking for something like that, like not something that requires a lot of searching, but probably just an execution-dependent bonus near the finish. That would be my guess. And Lantis, welcome. And again, that's just based on what I know about Salt Lake's style. Because he is a very stylistically distinctive maker in terms of pacing and sort of this very action-packed platforming structure. Just that general sense of momentum and speed. So yeah, bomb down there is going to detonate just fine. Great, I'm so glad that works both ways. So you don't need to worry so much about tapping the bomb on the correct half of that tile. So yeah, I mean, it's just the up pipe entry at the end that is the major issue here right now. We should otherwise have this relatively quickly, and then it's just a matter of not replaying the entire level for the cake if we somehow miss it at the very end. So I think we're in good shape. But... And thank you for the follow. Whoops. So yeah, for all the people who are new here, coming in with Matt's raid earlier, I do regularly run viewer levels twice a week on the weekends. We missed it this weekend because of some technical stuff with a stream that I was doing, but usually that's what we do. We run viewer levels on weekends and some other kind of maker feature during the week, which lately has been 5 and 6YM. Although we've traditionally alternated between, you know, super worlds and puzzles and longer levels that we see in viewer levels as well, just to mix things up. Now let's tap this. And up we go. No, spin jump. Just totally had a bit of a brain fart there. Like I said, though, fairly manageable level. We've gotten surprisingly far so far. It's just that up pipe at the end that was throwing me off at the last moment, but everything here I feel comfortable doing. It's just a matter of replicating that consistently. Okay, up we go. And yeah, plenty of room to do this time. So we'll just not miss. And yeah, a little late on the P jump. Definitely late that time, I think. It needs to be a spin on top of the P jump, of course. Spin P. And then we'll go up. Thank you for follow. Spin our way up here. Spin jump. Yeah, the spin jump does need to get ahead of the trampoline because I need spins in order to get over the shells. I'm pretty sure, because otherwise you just fall through the shell and kick it, if I understand that accurately. And of course you do need spins in order to get back down on top of the thwomp safely at that point, so... Landing to the right of the trampoline here, once you go up above the P-switch, is going to be necessary. And then you don't want to hold the jump too long, or you hit your head just like that. Luca, I assume you're asking Mang about that because Mang isn't holding the record, or something like that? Yeah, I haven't been able to preview all of the makers recently, so... Kaneko, that's how you pronounce it, is one of the makers I actually just don't know from this week. For those who were unaware, in earlier weeks I was making sure I got a sense of who the makers were ahead of time, if I could. And I've been falling a little bit behind with that just because of some of the streams we've been missing lately. Okay, here's checkpoint 2, so we've still got more to go. Blooper here is interesting. Because we'll eventually have to move that thwomp and jump on top of it. So let's keep an eye out for the cake road. I have to jump down. I get on top of the second platform on the left. I hit the on-off switch, and then I land back on the blooper, which by that point will have been activated to my right. And then we continue from there. Oh, I see. It's a blooper chain. I didn't realize that. Okay. No, we can't do the high jump there, though. It does need to be low bounce, and we probably need all 5 bounces going from left to right. If we can, it's going to be tricky. You use Meng's profile to play the levels. It's kind of funny that you mentioned that, because I was just watching somebody stream the other day, I think, where they were using Natcat's profile to do it. I don't remember who it was, either. But I know that it was somebody using Natcat's profile to bring up each level in succession. It might even have been while the website was either down or not yet updated, so I don't remember. Although I know Natcat, you've been usually playing it the night after release. At least NA time, so usually Sunday night. So definitely stuff like the website would have been up. We are getting too many bounces. I need all 5, if I can. I haven't done much with blooper chains like this before. This is going to be... There we go. Very nice. No sign of cake yet. I'm glad that this level does let you stop and actually read what's coming before you engage with it, which is actually kind of unlike Salt Lake, who is this very, very sort of impatient-minded maker and player in a way, who likes to push you with auto-scroll and push you with other speed-dependent obstacles. But I like that you can actually read this and puzzle it out, which is kind of a step forward for him in some ways. Look at the Muncher offset here. It is safe, surprisingly. It's unlikely to remain safe. I jump off the Goomba, I get on top of the Wiggler. The Thwomp will have been activated at that point. It is going to bump... Yeah, the trampoline is going to bump the Muncher stack that has the Wiggler. So I jump on top of the Wiggler, I land back on top of the Wiggler on top of the coin. I go to the on-off switch, and I tap it before I get whacked by the top Thwomp, which, given the theme of the level, I think both of these will have parachutes. So let's go. Yeah. Love this continuous series of bumps. Really cool idea. Now, do I get ahead of that Thwomp? I think I must. And yeah, like I said before, all 5 bounces will be necessary here, so. Yeah, nice little wraparound there. Great use of space, in fact. Lots of platforming packed into one screen. Single bounce is going to be enough there for the Wiggler. We can do sort of a short bounce and medium bounce, but single high bounce is going to be much more controllable and seems to be very clearly how things are timed, so. Let's get on top. And bounce, bounce, bounce. Yeah, nice full jumps do all of the work here. I just need to get down faster, get on top of the right side, get on top of the turn block, and then make my way up and wrap back to the top left. Let's not hit so many at once. Yeah, this is definitely one of the more stylish uses of the blooper train that I've seen. Especially with the way that the second Thwomp enforces the low bounce. Just a really good use of the central concept, in fact, that, you know, you still have this central idea of 2 Thwomps with parachutes, but the style of obstacle and the style of the wraparound feels totally different from everything that's come before it. So just squeezing a lot of variety out of this whole idea. Nope, we do need to jump. And yeah, I know what I intend to do in that segment, I just need to do it. Whoops. And still keeping eyes peeled, of course, for a potential cake exit. Nope, don't want to bop 2 at once. And have a very precise landing to hit all 5 in succession. And starting to stall a bit on that second platform. Let's not do that. Need to be quite a bit crisper here. Let's not hit the wall. Very cool idea with that repeated Wiggler bump, though. Because the level gives you enough time to read that it's going to happen the first time, and then you just see that, of course, with the Thwomp powering everything on the lower level, the interaction just continues. Looks great. Whoops. And of course, you have the use of the grinder blades there rather than spikes because you allow the Thwomps to pass straight through while obstructing the bottom from being a landing zone. Okay, I have to beat this Thwomp. Get this out. And still no sign of Cake yet. We just need to make that final jump and we'll be out of that zone. Nope. Let's correct momentum there. I've kind of lost track of whether I'm in a main world or subworld. I do remember, of course, that subworld has a vertical climb. Looks like the camera position here is completely controlled, though, so... That's because we are built on the half screen. I believe this is main world. Now we're back in a subworld, which is going to have a bit of a vertical ascent, if I am not mistaken. So it could be quite a lot of level left to go. Nope. Hedging a bit on that, hoping to get enough room to get over that thwomp. A spin jump on that last thwomp will be fine, in fact, in terms of playing defensively. Also, 4 bounces there is still good enough on the bloopers if I accidentally have a double hit, like I just showed off. And now we just need to fix a lot of the corrections in this late zone here. Okay. Yeah, spin jump here is going to be fine. Once again, love the readability of this segment. And nothing else to touch here, apart from the pipe. Okay, what's going on over here? Once again, we have time to read. We have 4 thwomps, and it looks like we just bounce continuously. Once the on-off switch activates, the munchers are going to drop down and obstruct everything and force me out. The turn block here. I drop down, I jump back up because it is going to activate the thwomps. It's probably going to activate the thwomps fast enough that I have to get on top of the Mecha Koopa and go right. When the entire thwomp stack moves to the right, the bomb moves to the right of the one-way panel and ignites. It will take long enough to detonate that I can bounce back up here and get out safely. And I need to spin. I definitely need to spin. And I need to spin while maintaining the mecha's position in the middle, probably just by kicking it back and forth. Okay. Yeah, once again, a very interesting case at the end of having time to read what's going to happen and react to it accordingly. And just having everything triggered by the player entering the zone. I feel like a lot of the YMM levels this year have been quite good about that, especially with some boss sequences. I had been saying that previously about the Tony Montana Mole boss from Document, as well as I think the Ballman boss from Minibarf. That people have generally been quite good about just preparatory reading time for a lot of complex mechanisms, bosses, and other layouts. Okay. Through here, still got more to go. Six, and we need to not miss, but I do need to bounce back and forth. And we're going to see the 6 YMM text, and we still need to look for Cake, so. Definitely keeping my eye out for something like going over to goal. I kind of have the feeling that it will be something like that. Okay, up we go. Okay. Pretty workable timing there once you get the hang of it. Let's not overcorrect. We overcorrected. There will be times when I do think I might need to get 2 consecutive bounces in the same direction just to get myself... or get the mecha, rather, from off the edge. In general, I am kind of overshooting the mecha. I just need to hit it on one half or the other, as we ordinarily would for, you know, bouncing Koopas out of shells and other such directionally dependent interactions. We need to spin jump there. Like bomb kicking, of course, as we were describing much earlier. In part of that vertical segment that feels like it's well in our past now, given how the finale here has been giving me quite a bit more trouble. Nope. Like I said, double hit is survivable. It's not great. Whoop. Totally just flubbed that jump. I was trying to adjust it at the last moment. I could have survived that with room to spare. Let's not miss the switch. Nope. Yeah, still off-center there, and so I'm taking too long to dash and regain momentum because of the way I'm landing on that platform to begin with, and that's much cleaner. So yeah, that's been getting sloppy in recent attempts compared to how I was doing when I was first learning the obstacle. Possibly just getting a bit over-eager to get back to the mega segment. Nope. Overcorrected once again. Okay. Yeah, very satisfying to get that final high bounce, of course. Poor Wiggler just getting pushed around all over the place. Just getting bullied. Very much like the bully interaction in 3D World, in fact, so... I do mean that in a very literal sense. Alright, up we go. Now, let's hit this. Get down ahead of a thwomp. Timing here looks pretty good so far. We just need to adjust the spacing here on this guy. And yeah, Stinjar, we got a raid from Nobody Could Say My Old Name, who in turn was raided by Panga earlier. Whoops. That was a poor prediction of where I was going to land. That's the main issue we're finding in this area here, that because I'm not really correcting properly for the momentum of the thwomps, I'm sometimes hitting the mecha a little bit further out than I expect to be, and so that's throwing off my prediction of whether it's going to go left or right when I bounce. But yeah, that's a 6YM text. We've got to be quite close to the end at this point. So we need to not accidentally hit the goal, otherwise we'll need to redo all this if we don't cake yet at that point. through we go. Still overcorrecting. Too much airtime, I think. We might need shorter bounces, medium bounces, perhaps. Nope. Yeah, 4 bounces are only survivable if I have a medium bounce mixed up in there somewhere. I can't just do them as a series of short bounces and expect to live to tell the tale. Okay, here we are. And through we go. Nope. Once again, I thought it was going to go left and it went right. I'm just not targeting it well. Maybe short bounces are an easier pattern, because then I could just continue alternating left-right without correcting for the thwomp so much, but without having tried it, I don't know. It does seem like instinctively that I would want to stay high in order to adjust my position as much as possible, but as you can see, that's just creating a situation where I'm too high up in the air to make emergency corrections if I'm being outpaced by the thwomps. I have not found a cake in this level. Stinger, I don't know if you have already accomplished that yourself. I'm assuming that it's at the end, actually, by the goal. Because I haven't really found any kind of alternate exit here yet. I haven't noticed anything that would be a candidate for that, so... No, short bounces will not work. Too much forward momentum on the thwomps, you can't actually catch up on that going to the right, so... I probably shouldn't be doing full bounces, though, unless I am really confident in recentering myself. I just need to really correct a lot better for the thwomp momentum in that whole segment. Not too tricky to get back there, at least. You can actually get back fairly quickly. Nope. I was hoping to hit that on the left. We only made it to the 6Y so far. We still have the MM to go. And so, yeah. It's going to be a pretty tricky finale here. Okay, up we go. You only reached 6 years and not Mario Maker yet. Yep, that's absolutely what happened. Okay, double tap this way. Double tap this way. Triple tap. Okay, so I deliberately failed that because I want to go over to 50 coin and over to the goal. I think in order to do that, I have to stay on top of the mecha until the small mecha floats over. I spin jump on top of the small mecha, I get over the goal, I get into the blue pipe for cake. I will intentionally take the death there if it looks like I'm off the pattern, because I do not want to repeat everything in order to get to the cake. Although it would, of course, make the clear time much less embarrassing. And I think, you know, the segments up to checkpoint 2 actually did, by and large, go well enough that they're not too difficult to recreate, but I'd still prefer it if I could just play it cleanly. We do at least have a clear confirmation now that the secret looks very much like a post-goal secret, which is, as I said, exactly what I expected of Salt Lake after the Ant Trooper level last year. It was the exact same kind of secret placement. And yeah, Electro, we got a raid from Nobody Could Say My Old Name earlier, who just started catching up on 5 and 6 YMM. I don't know how far he is. And he received, in turn, a Panga raid a couple hours ago, I think, so. Quite a party here. And yeah, quite happy to receive Matt here. Hadn't seen him around in a while, in fact, so. Okay, let's hit this. And head on up. Yeah, we've been on this one a while, as expected, but thankfully I managed to get to Salt Lake's level relatively early in the stream. Okay, double tap, triple tap. And then we maintain position at the end. That's going to be the strategy. Let the thwomps hit. Is the other mecha going to float its way over? It doesn't. That's what it does. That's fine, now we know. Doesn't seem like that's always going to be a pattern. At least we know that we don't land on a small mecha now. And yeah, the priority was not to touch the goal, so that was fine. I don't mind taking that death as long as we can get back to that area and get past the MM a little more consistently. I mean, this level is responding to practice quite well, I think, which is nice. Definitely feel like this is getting more manageable. Especially in terms of estimating how many hits I need in order to reposition. You did accidentally hit the goal while trying to get that pipe. Well, Natcat, I hope you got back there promptly enough to not have too much of an adventure leading to the cake. I definitely remember doing that with the Ant Trooper level last year, though. The Ant Picnic level. I don't remember the exact title. That's partly why I remember that it was a post-goal cake placement that time, because I'm pretty sure I did have to redo the level that time. Whoa, okay. A little bit close here. And will not die to the mecha on my way back if I can help it. Interesting one-way panel over here. I wonder what this is all about. Like there's an alternate route? Seems rather unlike Salt Lake to create an alternate route. I wonder. That's curious. Uninvited picnic guest. Yes, that's what it is. I don't know about this. This is suspicious. It's in the subworld too, so I can't check on the preview screen. And Salt Lake Atrocity, does that Mecha Koopa do anything else? This Mecha Koopa allows me to get on top of the goal on my way back out, so... Anyway, I had a great time with this level. Thanks for coming in. I don't know how long you've been lurking. What if you bring the mecha to the cake room? Yeah, you can do that, but it's not a blue mecha, so it's not going to hit anything unless you up throw it somewhere. I mean, we can try to get on top, maybe. Oh, you can totally get on top, yeah. Good call. And okay, green Yoshi, red Yoshi. I choose red because we already have fire and a bit of redundancy here. Never hurt anybody. And oh, you got a little pair of Thwomp cake. So the Thwomps, having done their job throughout the level, are just kind of pigging out on cake over here. And they become big Thwomps in the meantime. And they just get one candle between the two of them, unfortunately. But they don't look very happy about that. Nice little bonus there. Nope. Let's not die. Yeah, the thing about happy Thwomps is I don't think I want to know what they're happy about. But anyway, had a great time with that. As we were saying earlier, Salt Lake, given your very fast-moving go-go-go style often, I really appreciated that I actually had a chance to read each room and then get right into the thick of the action and just ride it out to the end of each zone. I thought it flowed very, very well, so... Let's take a look at the comments. And, Eggus Cook, welcome. Looks like something out of Team Jump World. No, not as overloaded with indicators. Got here over to goalpost. Yeah, I guess so. Down the cake. I'm surprised that Minibar's level got reported and this kind of thing didn't, but okay. Whatever, we're not going to be cops here. Not many will see this place. Oh yeah, I suppose that's just a Thwomp cake. We should have taken a look at that. Also notice that the guy who's been complaining on every level about this actually being 5YMM apparently didn't make it far enough in this level to comment. Okay, 2 more left. We've got Maker Walk and Magma Surf remaining. Let's see if we can find them. Here's Maker Walk. Okay, this is going to be from Kaneko, from the Netherlands. Like I said, one of the only makers that I didn't really previously know here, so this will be my first introduction to what Kaneko is doing with a music level, a Pokemon music level, in fact. Other Marios can smash, but I just don't want to mash when I can walk. Alright, let's have a walk. Yeah, I'm glad I caught what was going on with the mecha at the end there before we cleared the whole level. Also rather fast for a walk, but we'll just adjust it accordingly. Music auto-scroller. Also, it looks like a looping music auto-scroller. It's going to have some kind of state switch and drop you back in, I'm sure. A little behind pace all over, in fact. So let's just try to pick up the dry bones a little more cleanly without losing too much speed. Shorter jumps, of course, also help. Totally missed. Okay. Now, I only know because I think I was told this in advance, that this is a... Oh, this is a high jump location, by the looks of it. This is a music level based on Pokemon Black and White, which I did in fact play. I've played very few of the Pokemon games, but I did play Black and White, and I actually just don't remember much about it at all. Let's try to survive long enough to keep the coins, since I haven't hit checkpoint yet. And we'll just retry it. Yeah, because it's going to be SMB2 picking this up, and then eventually something busting that down, likely with a Spiny Hat from below, perhaps? we'll definitely check the vine on top right when we have the opportunity to use the SMP2 jump. And yeah, a lot of big bones and little bones everywhere. This guy's not going to do much for me. Okay, that's not going to do much for me either. I feel like I should have dropped a bones and then ridden it and then checked the top block after that. I mean, it's a coin collection level. It's not going to be cake in that location, I don't think, but I'm kind of curious. Bad idea. Let's redo it. You spent like 20 minutes on YouTube comparing it to Pokemon songs to figure it out because you were unaware of the name. Yeah. I'm glad that was identified for me in advance. Otherwise, I don't think I would have picked up on it despite the Pokemon sprite art on the level thumbnail. Okay. Yeah, skip some of these blocks. We don't need to hit them. They're... Okay, so let's do this. Oh, no, because this guy... Soft draw... Well, you can't soft draw them. That's just not going to give you anything then. I think we just go through then. Because we know that coin collection is going to be what this level is about anyway. Yeah, hit the block and then bounce on top of the shell. You thought the thumbnail was Pikachu. I know it's not Pikachu because I know what Pikachu looks like in Smash. No, I've played just enough Pokemon to tell some of them apart. You know, there was this thing I saw on the internet at one point. We totally missed some coins, didn't we? I think it was probably on like McSweeney's Internet Tendency or one of those humor sites. And it was like a mock quiz, like pharmaceutical or Pokemon. Just based on the name, because, you know, if you don't know your Pokemon, it could be surprisingly hard to tell. I don't remember which site it was, but it was some site that did that. And I was thinking about that recently because after a lot of the sort of official approvals started coming in for the COVID-19 vaccines, they did get officially redesignated. And the names were silly enough that I thought that they could very well pass for Pokemon. Like, you know, the Pfizer vaccine has evolved. What? It's evolving. Now it's like Comirnaty or something, at least in my neck of the woods, which is just a sort of play on words on mRNA. But it's kind of a silly thing. The block earlier on the right side looked like a scroll break. Let's think about that. I feel like I'm missing coins for sure. Reincarnated Smurf, welcome. We are not running viewer levels today. I will likely be running them on the weekend, because that's my usual time for the viewer queue. No, we can't bust the blocks from the side. Well, let's... And yeah, like the Moderna vaccine is now Spikevax, which totally sounds like a Pokemon. Anyway, let's get through here. And yeah, luckily Big Mario here is just gonna bust everything down. 5 coins at this location so far. We switched to Super Ball. Oh yeah, no. It's going to be firing at the P-block locations. That should be timed in such a way that it either does the coin collection or hits the Pokies in the head. And either way, we want that result. So let's just make sure we grab everything along the way. I don't think I've missed coins here so far, but at least I haven't missed any visible coins in this section, even with the state switch. Whoops, accidentally clinging onto that vine. Also, yeah, I guess the reason there was that... Oh no, it was a 1-up. Theoretically, you could actually bust this down, right? But Big Mario can't really reach that. So, no, never mind. Can't hit that after all. Okay, good. I feel like I'm slowing down excessively to get the shots in. Nope, missed a coin. Let's go back and get it. Should be up to 7 coins at that point, so 2 more to go before safety. So yeah, interesting use of some of the neglected power-ups here. I need to not slow down so much when firing the Super Ball, I just need to trust that I'm in the appropriate location when I get that deflection. The platforming itself up to that point is at least fairly relaxed. Whoops. Hedging a bit on that jump, I was pulling back because I thought I'd run into the pokey, but I think the timing should probably be fine if I just go fast. We'll see if that remains the case. Okay. Down we go. And yeah, I had to hedge on that jump a little bit. I don't know if that was the right idea. Okay, that was surprisingly workable. I do need to land on top of the dry bones, though, after collecting coin 7, what appears to be coin 7. Yeah, just keeping my eyes peeled for anything I might have missed, but I think we're probably on pace so far. And if we're not, we'll just replay it. Not a big deal. Totally is a cat jam. Yeah, I don't need to pull back quite so aggressively, I think. Yeah, the Super Ball deflection takes out that pokey very belatedly. It's quite nice. I was wondering why that pokey was just dying so conveniently, and I only realized now that it was a long-term deflection that was going on. And so if you just fire at the marker, you're okay. As long-time viewers know, I'm not really somebody who knows how to follow instructions, so we'll see if we can hit those markers accurately. Okay, enough room on that dry bones. Nope, didn't hit the pokey fast enough that time. Should maybe have a reset on this, though, if it works the same way as the first part, so let's see if we have a reset door. Yes, we do. Very nice, in fact, because it means that will be a Super Bowl deflection over there, okay. That's fine, because it means that coins should be accounted for, I think. So yeah, you do need to pull back a little bit on some of these. Make sure everything gets killed in the proper time. Oh, nope. Nice thing is, even if you do keep the Super Ball, you do get an opportunity to retry for coins as much as you want, so quite a relaxed level in that respect. So we'll grab the last coin, and then the safety coin should follow after that. The bridges also make sure that pokies get hit in the head there by the deflection, you'll see. So yeah, the bridges control the deflections quite nicely. We missed that once again, let's reset. It was already off screen at that point, and the deflection does not continue off screen. Oh, nope. No, let's just try to survive this, keep the coins, and redo all we can. Surprisingly playable without the power-up. if you want to just preserve coins and loop back around. Yeah, everything works quite a lot more smoothly than the Super Ball usually does. I mean, it's, I think, usually a bit of a fussy item, given the cooldown on deflection especially, but here that was used pretty nicely. Okay, we lost that, can't hit the POW anymore, so we do need to reset. But at least we're not worried about coins at this point. Nope. Same thing again. It went over to Pokey, overshot. So we'll just try to survive this. It's okay because, you know, listening to the music every time is still worth the trip. This means we can cat jam to it some more. Whoops. I do like how you still get the opportunity to hit the POW with your head if you are a bit sloppy with the Super Ball there. Not quite as satisfying as chaining everything to the Pokey, of course, but works well enough for me. Super Ball, we just need to wait for the cooldown first, and we'll hit the POW. And looks like this is going to show you the music demonstration, if I'm reading the 8th note here accurately. Look at the mock flagpole there, too. That's kind of neat. So yeah, it's going to show you a music track. Same thing as with Mogsy's All Your Base level last week. Hiding that as a secret. So we'll see if the cake also comes with this. Yeah, a lot of those one-time one-ups lodging themselves everywhere. And then it's going to show you the other side here, which may or may not be cake. Look at all those thwomps just hanging out. It looks like the thwomps are covering text. It looks kind of like text. And I can't make out what it is. That if you hit that and you repeat to see that in the off state. Yeah, there's cake over here. I think it's indicating cake over here and music notes to the right. Which one should I take? I hope this is reversible. Let's... Ah, yeah. That's just the door indicating cake. So now we'll see the actual cake. We don't want to drop in yet. I want to loop back around to see if there is, in fact, text in the off state. So yeah, let's just redo this so we can see both the on and off versions of both tracks if we can. And look at Roy just hanging out down there. And then we'll see what was buried under the thwomps, because it looked very much like it was readable. Thanks to all the Mario makers. Oh, you're welcome. Now, where am I? Ah, there we are. Okay, let's go through the cake and drop out the right side. And not hit that icicle on the left that's so conspicuously placed. You know, my first instinct was to read this and figure out whether we could satisfy our habits from Miss Yarrow's level and kill some clouds. Oh, look at that. That's neat. I was totally figuring out whether I could snipe a cloud or two, and I could have reached one if I was a bit faster, I think. This looks almost like a dialogue bubble over here. I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking at down here. It might just be part of the cover art. Not really sure. We can totally go up, though, if we do this. No, can't reach. So we have a door and we have a pipe. Let's take the door. Rakowski killed the cloud there. Oh, I see. It just shows you more of the artwork. So you can come down here. And it shows you the cover. And then we can go through the pipe. And then he accidentally grabbed a goal. Okay. That's very thematically appropriate whenever killing clouds is involved somehow. Now, why would we be grabbing another key here? Oh, you can totally accidentally grab the goal. I don't see that the key is useful. Unless there is something else we can do. Okay, we can do that. And then bust down right side. Oh, we gotta be careful here. Right, because when we bust everything down here, we've got 40 seconds to see what's going on in this room. 6YMM. Wait. But then can't I totally get on top of this? And why would that not be a lock? Because the bomb blows up. Okay, that's fine then. Okay. Definitely some locking potential here. We've got 20 seconds. Let's bust down everything we can. Because that's what completionism is really about. Except I can't reach that now, so never mind. And I can't really break down the wall on the left side either. Okay, that's fine. 10 seconds, let's get out. Okay, right on time. I'm looking at Y pointing to the spike on the left side of that screen. Don't know what that was all about, but I think we scraped this fairly exhaustively, so thank you for the GGs. We've got one more to go. Now let's take a look at the comments. The secret is secret. And somebody found a super cake. Looney is tired, apparently. Well, Looney's really been cranking out the YouTube coverage, so... Okay, last one. It's going to be Major, and it's going to be Magma Surf. Mario needs to use carcasses to cross lava pits. What a job. Now, there is a rumor that this might actually get a re-upload, I think, but... we'll play it. And... we'll see what happens. Green Star will be back. Oh, we haven't even played the level yet. I think I was just idly combing through the comments. That's okay, that didn't spoil anything, luckily. Except, of course, the end of Terminator 2. Mario needs to use carcasses to cross the lava pits. Let's do it. Major, of course, returning from Clown Yeet in week 4, and this time it's going to be another castle. So we'll see if our princess is in this one. No, we need to get into the bones and then jump out of the bones in midair. Okay. Pretty clear. We need to land in there accurately first, of course, but then we'll jump over. And that's going to go fairly smoothly. Yeah, on-off switch is going to launch it, so let's Do that. Kind of nice that you can read that accurately, in fact. Oh, that's nice. Should have known that we'd have something bouncy like that after playing Clown Yeet, of course. I feel like we mang our way over here. But that I still need a shell at that point, so I do need to take the shell up with me. You haven't found a cake in this one yet, okay? So yeah, no worries, Netcat. I guess we won't spoil that for you. And good luck with that. And thank you for coming by for so long today, Netcat. Bringing all the cat gems with you. Okay, that's gonna feel pretty smooth. And yeah, bouncing against that and deflecting back into the shell felt really smooth last time. I feel like that is intended. But then bouncing up and keeping the shell is going to be a different problem entirely. So let's launch. Yeah, very smooth. I feel like I need to jump up into the spring. No. Not going to give me the height I want. Well then... let me read that obstacle again and see if I can figure it out, because it looked very much like a Mang bounce up top, but then maybe you need to get the bones on top of the saw blade so you can bounce your way up. But if so, I need to rethink how I am potentially using these over here with this arrow. Like, yeah, because jumping into this is going to punch me straight through. Maybe I do need to just hang left here somehow. Or jump into this. Nope, not quite. Thank you for the follow. And WBC really enjoyed your level earlier today. Had a great time with it. The Super Mario Galaxy double tribute. Super Mario Galaxy and 3D World, in fact. So, welcome. Glad you could come along to the stream. And yeah, I hope you get a chance to scroll back and catch the video of your level from earlier today. I mean, I'm going to be going back to it later so I can just listen to the music again. I'm not paying attention to the level at the same time. Okay, this thing here. I feel like I need to take the shell up with me, and I'm not sure how to do it. I think I need to bounce the shell over by jumping off of it while it's heading left. But you see what I'm trying to do there? I want the shell to continue going left with my momentum after I jump out. So I need to jump out right as I make contact, I think. And if I do that... no, actually no. I jump into that from the left side of the one-way panel, because then I can actually hit it, whereas the one-way panel will stop the shell otherwise. And then I jump out of the shell immediately before I hit the blades myself. So no, I understand it now. I understand it. We go like this, and jump immediately? No? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe that's not fast enough. Felt like that was going to be the way. Because otherwise the shell would just hit the one-way panel, right? Looks like that's going to be a very quick interaction. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, I had to be really quick And then I need to bounce all the way left, and then the spring should be able to bounce me back into the shell if I'm very, very fast. You need to jump out of the shell pretty much immediately upon making contact with the spring. And also hang left while you're at it. It's going to be tricky. Yeah, Major clearly likes a lot of these bouncy interactions. Maybe it's saying that I should face left when I do this, because then I'm at least potentially going leftward. No. Guess I'm leaving the shell early now. We'll need to figure that out. I feel like I'm close to the right idea. Execution's not quite there yet. That's too late. But if I'm early enough, I feel like I can do it that way. I just bounce back in. It is a very tricky interaction, though. Unless I'm missing an obvious way to do it. No, I don't need to bounce into the top spring. I can just run into it directly, and that should give me enough momentum to slide down to the shell and catch it in time. I keep thinking about this like I should be doing a Mang bounce by jumping inside the trampoline on top of the cloud, and I don't think I need to do it. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. That's a little too slow otherwise. But that's the only way I can think of to send a shell ahead of me, such that it's available for me on the right side, so... We'll see. I probably am missing something quite obvious. We'll see what that is when I get back there. Maybe if I do kind of a half tile up like this? No. Yeah, it's gonna hit the one-way panel if I just let go of it here. Or is it? Nope. There we go. Yeah, we just need to follow the arrows. Imagine that. Okay, no, I see. Because when you jump out of the shell, the position recenters. And it recenters in such a way that if you jump out of the shell right as you make contact with one-way panel, and you're sliding down that wall, the shell will make contact with the trampolines after you leave. That's a pretty subtle interaction. I guess the arrow is doing its best to tell you to do that, but... Yeah, that's something I didn't know confidently, in fact, that you can, in fact, have the shell make contact across the one-way panel like that, just because of the repositioning of when you dismount. And then, once you do that, it's very, very consistent. I do need to maintain full momentum, though, I think, in order to get everything done cleanly with the jumps immediately following. I feel like that's the kind of thing I should have learned in perhaps a Mang level by now, actually. Or any level by one of the makers who would use this. Okay, tons of forward momentum here, that's great. Let's not jump that high, though. And then I need to get back on top of that shell that is going to be moving underneath me at that point when I'm dealing with the booze. In general, though, it seems like going fast is going to take care of a lot of problems here. Need to get out of there earlier, of course, while maintaining momentum going full tilt forward. Okay, here we are. And then we go up. Still the same mistake there. We don't want a full jump there. Yeah, at that point in the level, I am mostly worrying about my forward momentum and not really correcting enough for height. Okay, that should be relatively simple to fix. That hadn't happened before. That kind of death that we just took. Of course, you never know what kind of deaths will just become bad habits with time. Nice momentum there. Overcorrecting over there. So it is going to be a medium jump, just a slightly better one. And then we'll see if we can make it across and do everything neatly. Okay, up we go. Yeah, this is going very consistently at least. And I did see where the shell was going. I should drop straight down from the on-off switch. And the timing seems to be pretty well calibrated for that, so... I did watch the position of the shell. I was just overcorrecting by swinging too far to the left. Just didn't anticipate its speed very well. What a nice choice, by the way, the original arcade Mario Brothers music. Great fit for this one. And, of course, it's going to have the shell interaction here. Always loved that thing. Ever since I found out about it very early on in Maker 2, one of the first major discoveries that people made with the Tribone shell, I think. That you could do this kind of chaining interaction. And yeah, I wasn't really watching the shell position there. I can see it now that I've died. Wasn't exactly sure where my landing target would be, but now I do see what's going on. Yeah, okay. Hitting that on-off switch is going to be how the shell timing is aligned in that segment, so let's just do that. Collect some 1-ups for Endless along the way, of course. I feel like it's possible to take that shell and take it back to the left if we're doing a cake hunt. But we'll see about what kind of height I'm getting off that shell once I collect it. It is not time sensitive as far as I can tell to get out of this zone with the shell at the very end. So we might have some latitude for exploration. Because of course we haven't found cake yet. Yeah, still overcorrecting for the shell. So the thing I'm thinking is that you can take the shell backwards with you before you go up the red pipe. I must have so many endless 1-ups by now. Yeah. I only have a finite number of endless 1-ups though, so the 1-ups for endless are not themselves also endless. If you get my meaning. Doesn't look like we can. No, it doesn't look like we can get up there. Okay, never mind then. Let's keep looking. And then it's going to be mole followed by trampoline, and that should spit me back to the shell after that. Let's try to get this part down consistently. So yeah, no sign of the cake yet. Major's previous cake in Clown Yeet was probably one of the more devious ones. I mean, it wasn't a spot where I was naturally landing by accident anyway, but was something that was easy to miss given the structure of the level, of course. That's something we had talked about on the stream before. Anyway, just going to have a nice gentle surf over here, and yeah, pulled back a little bit before the mole. If I had not pulled back, if I just tilted full forward, everything should have worked out cleanly to land on top of the shell there. In general, I can take a lot of deaths to having a habit of over-adjusting. Pulling back on some jumps if I'm not quite sure if I'll make it. Once I get into the shell, I wonder if I can hit that on-off on the left. I think I can. I don't know what that's for just yet. What it's going to trigger from underneath. But it does look reachable. And we'll see if that turns out to be the case. Now what? Oh. Oh. This was the lock, wasn't it? I said at the very beginning that I had heard that this might require re-upload, and I think this actually is the... Oh no, that's okay. We can jump out of the shell and take a death. Given that you can jump out of the shell and take a death, if that was the lock issue, someone should tell Major that he shouldn't have to re-upload. You just jump out of the shell and... It is an SD lock, I guess. But, well, I don't know, maybe we'll correct for it anyway, but as you can see, quite possible to just get dumped into that thing. Yeah, I guess it is an SD lock, so. And RVamp, welcome back. Yeah, RVamp, this is going to be the last one in this week's set. We're already on level 8 out of 8. I have not found cake in this level yet. And then mole... well, I mean, obviously you need to hit the block and something projects out of the question block, likely another bone shell. So yeah, mole, you fire a new bone shell, you jump on a second mole, you probably land on another bone shell from that point. Still keeping my eyes peeled for potential cake locations. And the camera control in this zone tells me that everything is built on half screen. In this segment at least. So there shouldn't be a point checking the ceilings. I don't think. Otherwise we would see some vertical scrolling on the camera. We still pulled back a little bit too much on that jump. Just need to tilt full forward. Oh, let's not do that. I see I'm one of the only people perhaps to take a death there so far, so let's take a look. Okay. let's not get locked. Okay, checkpoint over here. Do we have any potential for cake? I feel like I have to check. That's totally reachable. That's totally reachable. But like I said, this looks like it's all built on half tile, so unless there's some kind of scrolling tech obstructing a ceiling will not give me anything. Okay, as I thought. Worth checking. But yeah, it's just all built on the half screen, so. And then we go left, we hit the trampolines, build momentum, and then go back to the right, and then hit the shell around the down arrow. Yeah, do need to land on top of that mole, of course, and we go left after that. After the shell has done its business down low. No, too much of a bounce there. We want a short bounce on the mole if we can. I think so anyway. Mostly, the main thing is that I need to correct my direction. And we're actually overshooting the shell slightly. And yeah, our vamp. Good luck with working on the hack. We'll hopefully have the cake soon enough, so. Yeah, do have fun with all that. Okay. We missed the opportunity to get a shell? No, we didn't. And then, same interactions before. I'm glad I got that. Even if you drop the shell a little bit too high, it does intersect properly with the one-way panels to get the bounce. Just a little bit late there, but it was not an issue that I dropped the shell too high. I didn't need to drop it right on top of the springs. It's still going to be aligned to the correct vertical position. Very weird little edge case interaction there. I hadn't really seen it used in a concentrated fashion before, I think, but that's the nice thing about the YMM levels, of course, is that as a player I get to learn lots of new stuff, or at least see things put to use that have not been used in quite as tidy a way before, so. Okay, so we land there, we hit the off switch, we do the shell drop thing again. I know how to do all that, we just need to play accurately. But yeah, the initial double bounce over the moles I wasn't sure about because of course I wasn't really watching where the shell was going. But now that we know how that's going to work, I should be able to just do that pretty consistently. Yeah, nice landing zones here, of course. Still landing too far to the left of that shell. Do need to make sure we don't overcorrect to hit that on target. And then we will bump this thing down here. Let's not bump our heads too early here. Okay, there we go. Whoops. A little bit late on everything here. Didn't hit the on and off switch. We needed to do that, and it looks like there is going to be some kind of P-switch activation. We needed to land on another shell there, and I was just a little bit too late to activate all of the required switches. Haven't really been reading the level quickly enough to search for clues to a cake route yet either, so... We'll see. It's quite satisfying to get this, of course. Especially once you understand how the shell release there is going to work. Okay. And then I got trapped here with the auto scroll. 6YMM text is over there. There is a pipe as well as a door. That's interesting. Yeah, so it looked like I needed to either change shells or bounce on a shell in order to stay above the one-way panels in that final part. Let's take to death here quickly, just to redo this. And we'll see about that when we get back to it. Okay, down we go. No, a little bit slow here. Yeah, a little bit too slow. That's okay, we'll get this tidied up soon, I'm sure. Okay. Down here, yeah, this is going to go pretty consistently. React to this a bit faster. Get this accurately. Go around. Tap the on-off. I feel like I'm a little bit behind pace here. No, I can land on top of the P-block area, so there's no P-switch involved. That's just telling you, as has been already established, where the invisible blocks are going to spawn, just like they do up front here. So if I was reading that signal accurately, I would have understood that right away. Whoops. Yeah, missing one jump there is going to be an absolute killer. You do need to get the pokey down on the first opportunity. And I will only really have one shot at that. That, of course, can be cleaned up just a bit more. Yeah, just a matter of tidying this up around the edges, and then we should be able to progress fairly soon. Okay, up we go. More accurate landing than I expected there. It is instantly. Go down. That's going to be tight. Once again, no reason to pull back on that jump. We need to hit the on-off switch anyway before we can proceed. So yeah, just a lot of habits of pulling back rather than reading indications. That tends to be a bit of a habit here, of course, just reacting to the elements rather than the markers. in most cases, pushing a jump all the way forward is the answer to many of the problems in this level, in terms of the landing locations and the timings. Not in all cases, but in many of the trouble spots, that does seem to be how things are tuned. Straightforward here, for instance. Land all the way over. Nope, just too late there. I wanted to get on top of the blocks and then do the shell dismount. After that, I feel like I'm still going a bit high on that jump off the mole. Definitely some room to tidy things up here, although not much flexibility in terms of the timing of that shell deflection, I think. There are certain things here, including the auto-scroll itself, of course, that is going to enforce a cap on how fast and how far ahead you can actually go. It would be a fun one to watch other people try to optimize, of course. Even if it is an auto-scroll, there's a lot of room for improvement here and there when it comes to player timings. So we'll hit this, go up, tap this guy, go all the way. No, we needed to stay in the shell and bounce atop the other shell. That's how you stay on top of the one-way. You stay in the shell at that point. That was just a reading error for something that was actually fairly obvious that I had figured out the last time I was on that segment. Yeah, some of the timings feel quite smooth here once you have them sorted out fluently. And yeah, I shouldn't be too shy around the icicle. The one-way panel is going to fix things positionally there, so once again, no reason to timidly back off in places where we can just tilt forward and let the level sort everything out for us. Whoops. Okay. Nope, too much momentum that time around. On-off switch. Same idea here. That landing's going a lot better lately, at least. As is that hit. Nice big target on that mole. I mean, we're almost there. We've seen the end of this room, seemingly so, with the 6mm text. Let's not go forward like that, of course. We do need to go back. So I do know what's ahead in this room. I don't know where the cake is, but the exit looks awfully suspicious with the placement of the door and the red pipe together. Not really sure, of course, if this will just turn out to be a comparatively trivial cake, but we'll see what that's all about when we get there. Extra bounce there was probably unnecessary, but we'll Have some room to spare. Maybe. Not quite. Leaving the jump a bit early. Okay, everything will get repositioned here. That's fine. This should also be fine. Nope. Didn't make it over. So yeah, I'm seeing the red pipe and a door, and I'm just not exactly sure how that's going to be matched. I think we might not be able to tell until we see the 6YM text on the right side to see what's going on. Okay, I'm definitely a little bit behind here. Lost time on the auto-scroll just a little bit too early in that segment. Yeah, despite being an auto-scroll, enough things are player-triggered here that timing does matter. Okay. Fairly straightforward there, at least. Yeah, getting to bounce off the second shell landing is a bit of an issue right now. I think I should be able to bounce directly when I claim the shell, given the way that's set up. But I wasn't reading that accurately earlier. So I think I just hold jump into that when I claim the lower shell after having tapped the top one on that one-way panel. Okay, too much time lost on the tap there. But I may have rescued this attempt. Nope, I haven't. This is gonna get me into trouble. Yeah, no, it's a mole bounce there. I need to just bounce that. Don't know why I'm missing that. Should actually be fairly straightforward to clean up. We'll see how soon I get it. Okay, down we go. And hopefully not too many timing issues here. Nope, still a miss. Getting closer though, getting very close. All right, let's try it again. Alright, everything here is fine so far. A little bit behind. The mole does allow me to catch up a little bit. But yeah, I just need to press right against the top shell and high bounce off the lower shell right away. I know exactly what I need to do here. Executing it. It's going to take a little bit longer, but hopefully not too much longer. And hoping for a trivial kank after this. Okay, catch up a bit here. And Draconis, welcome. Not exactly sure what you're asking there, but might have to clarify. Well, Mang, I'm glad somebody here speaks punctuation and is able to translate for the benefit of our audience. Whoa, no, need 2 high bounces there on the moles. Okay, things are getting a little bit dicey here. Whoops. One moment, I just need to attend to one little thing. I'll be right back. Let's not start over by mistake. One moment here. Okay, left. And we'll see if we can just get everything working. Yeah, getting fairly close here on the previous attempts. Just really need to clean up some of this early stuff. And to get some of this timing fixed up, hit this on the first cycle. Okay, just need to get back in. And let's see if we can get both high bounces in again. That was part of the issue encountered earlier. But mostly it's just landing the bone shell at the very end. That final bounce before we get to the pipes. Okay, that's working better than usual. Seems like I'm a little behind timing-wise, but still enough room to spare to get over to the mole. Hug this, bounce on this, and we got trapped once again. Okay, so losing too much momentum there. I need to bounce a little bit further to the right on that shell, maintain forward momentum, and we should be over that in no time. That's the best bounce I've gotten so far, not over yet, of course. Maybe that extra jump I'm doing on top of the blocks that spawn is not such a good idea. Nope, missed a deflection. Getting close now. And let's see how we can do this. Punch this. Get on the mole. Bounce. High bounce. There we go. So now this is going to say, oh, 6YM, and then we can continue floating over here. Okay. Can we go up the pipe? Yes, I can. Okay, great. Here's the cake. Right on time. And yeah, we'll just watch the flaming candles here for a moment and maybe bump some of these other blocks. It's just going to be floating 1-ups all the way through, though, as far as I can tell. And that's the 6Y. Oh, hence the door just spitting you out there at the end. Okay. And that's it. Let's just do the comment read for the last one quickly. And we actually did take a look at this previously because I opened this up by mistake before we got into the level. And like I said, there might be a re-upload for this one with the SD log we saw earlier. Choo Choo, of course, accurately reading that this is a half-height build in terms of not needing to really check above some of the ceilings there, but quite nicely disguised red pipe at the very end, I found. So thank you for all the GGs. That's going to be the end of this session. So once again, thanks to all the makers, especially of the levels this week that dropped by, and once again to Matt, or nobody could say my old name, for the big raid earlier. And also, of course, to you folks for bearing with the minor interruption just a few minutes ago and allowing me to close this out properly, I hope. At this point, that's going to be the end of this week. Made fairly good time thanks to a pretty decent time with Salt Lake's level, as well as the hunt for the 6 cakes, which went much more luckily than I expected on Tino's creation much earlier. Or was that? Tides reversed it. Here it is. So, and yeah, Luca, we see your record here now as well. So, congratulations on all the record hunting that you've been doing. You grabbed a whole bunch of these. Wow. Quite a few of them, in fact, even before having reloaded my way through. With that in mind, that's going to be all for today. I will pass on all of you to somebody interesting who's also running this game, I bet. We'll determine who that is in just a moment. In the meantime, thank you once again for joining me for all of this. We will hopefully be back for viewer levels over the weekend, and maybe another maker feature before then. Scheduling information is going to be, as always, on the Discord. So I'll scan around in just a moment, and in the meantime, have a good night or good morning, or afternoon perhaps, wherever you are. And as always, fare thee well.